Good evening. Good evening. How is everybody? Welcome back to those that joined me after the quick unscheduled new player experience, an hour and a half or so ago. I hope you've all been keeping well. If you're tuning in for the first time today, 2 streams today. That's not normal. But if you're tuning in for the first time, welcome. Thank you for joining me here at After Dark. My name is Viv, aka Crouch. Today's Saturday. It's 9 p.m. And we are back in the PTU. There was another update this morning. We'll have a quick look at the patch notes. You can see just over there, I'm currently playing Menu Simulator. I just shouldn't have logged out earlier after I did the new player experience, because now I can't log back in. So we might have a look at the patch notes, just see what we're dealing with. But the general idea for tonight is a little bit of science. Zooming around, we're going to look at the salvage missions, stripping off some weapons. Oh boy, I started doing some investigations about the value of ship weapons and stuff. I watched a video from Dead Leader yesterday, I think, where he went out to one of the big In the Wake of Disaster missions, the big 150,000 credit salvage claim that is designed to be a PvP event. But right now in the PTU, especially on some of the low pop servers, people seem to go out there without issue. But he was saying some of the guns that he sold over at Orison, over at Cousin Crow's, he was only getting 5.7 thousand credits for some M5A cannons. But if you take them over to Area 18, you get 10 grand. And I've been doing a little bit of science, so I got partway through, checking that out. I was only, Sheets, Google. I was only looking at the M5A, that's all I stripped off. Had a couple of those in my ship's hold, and I was ducking around to all the different places that sell ship weapons. That is not the sheet we are looking for. Where is the sheet we are looking for? Oh, hang on. Or has it gone? Or maybe I'm on the wrong Google. Oh crap, I think I lost it. Last opened. I should have given it a name, because it's called Untitled Spreadsheet. And when you create a new sheet on Google, they're all untitled. Anyway, so we're going to be doing some of that. We'll see how the evening goes. How is everybody? I've still got my chat up from before from Restream. So let me just go. Blighty from the UK 07s. How are you? Skeet. No, Wes says, boy. Happy Saturday, Motherfig. Thanks for tuning in. Skeet is here. 07s to Wall. Metaphysical has joined us once again in the chat. Damn unscheduled streams. Grrr. They do happen very, very infrequently. I do give about a 20-minute notification. So if you don't have your notifications on YouTube, click those and you'll get access. So welcome. Sadly, because I streamed for the 8 hours last night, and then like an idiot, I played a little bit of Star Citizen, and I got into Discord discussions around the place, and then I started watching more YouTube. I didn't go to bed until quite early this morning, so I had a nap during the day, and I haven't been out to restock the stream snacks. We will do that tomorrow. You know how we do it. For the second time today, Tim Tams. Double, triple digits. We have passed 200 subscribers on YouTube. Thank you so much. 43 followers over on Twitch. That's incredible. We're building ourselves a little community here. It's wonderful to see. Let's get this Tim Tam slam out of the way. You know how it goes. For those people who are tuning in for the second time today, you've already seen it. For everyone else, today's the first time you'll get to see it. But I'm sure if you've watched After Dark before, every stream starts with a Tim Tam Slam. It's a chocolate biscuit. It's an Australian biscuit. It's replicated all over the world to, dismal, results. Tim Tams are the only true originals. 2 biscuits with a little bit of chocolate in between them, all wrapped up in chocolate. We're going to bite off the opposite corners and then drink our hot chocolate, our hot milk, our tea, our coffee, or whatever through the biscuit. It's going to melt it all. It's going to turn it into a big chocolatey gooey mess. We're going to shove it in our cake hole, and we're going to get on with the stream. If we can actually manage to log in. This might be my chance to play Menu Simulator. All right. I've got a nice fresh cup of coffee here. And if I had another cam set up, I'd be able to show you my coffee art. I can't tip it too far, otherwise it's going to go all over the keyboard. But as we do here in Melbourne, we love our coffee art with the frothy foam on the top. And this one actually looks reasonable. Let's do this. It's starting to melt in my fingers. Oh boy. So good. So good. I'm gonna shove it in. Skeetsy, it says I'm going to send you my number so you can send me an unscheduled streamed text. Hey, Mother Fig says, hey, is it? It is. It's really me. I lost 500 Hadanite to a 30k earlier. Holy crap. Wow. There's so much Hadanite around. Where did you go when we were on Magda yesterday? Clusters. Big clusters. Just one after another. 13, 11, 16. Multiple 8s. We weren't finding anything except Hadanite. Magda was crushing it. Meta says, I sold all my quant today. I now have 2.3 million credits. Wow. That's in the PU? That's awesome. Hopefully there's no wipe. I'm in and I joined on you. Did you? Well, I'm still logging in. So we'll see. I have a massive... Let's bring up some server stats. Hang on, that's the wrong screen. Ah, crap. Let's bring up some server stats. Nope, that's... Let's bring up some server stats. So we're logging into an Aussie server. The server itself is kicking along at 16 frames. BWin is sort of looking regular. Sitting at 74,000 entities, but it's not logging me in. On Magda, mother. Yeah, Magda was crushing it. It's crazy. So, you know, everything's changing, right? Maybe Daymar is no longer the king. Well, outside of Aberdeen. Maybe Aberdeen's only going to find Aphorite. But we don't know. There's going to be searching. There's going to be discoveries. And, you know, as the weeks progress, and certainly as things go live, everyone's going to have their tutorials out and the best places. But here at After Dark, we do it ourselves. We go find out. It's the best place to, it's the best way to learn things. To just jump in there and learn it yourself, right? Otherwise, you just get too used to having to, you know, look things up. And you don't really retain the knowledge. Let us get some music on from Epidemic Sound. We're going to roll out tonight with a little bit of epic classical. Let's chuck that on. And as usual, I fiddle and naff with my OBS, so let me know if the sound is a little bit too intense or if there's a good balance between me and the music. Let's get the music on so you guys can actually hear it. If they don't wipe... If they don't wait, it's hard to tell, right? Try joining on me. Well, we'll see. I'm going to wait. Actually, let's just try and log out of here. We can access the menu. Let's exit to menu. And what we'll do quickly is we'll log into an EU server first, because that always works. And we'll jump in and we'll play for a little bit, and then I might join on you shortly, mother. So thank you for joining me. We've got 7 people over there on YouTube currently. That'll fire up as time progresses and people tune in. And, you know, we were watching the King's coronation earlier on. So people, you know, might be tuning into that. Charlotte certainly had no interest. So that'll fire up, and with 7 likes over on YouTube already during our intro. Thank you so much. I'm gonna try and log into an EU server here. And whilst that happens, let's head off over here to the old Roberto Space Industries website. And I'll bring you along for the journey with me. Let's jump in there. Apps, Spectrum. Let's fire up a tray while we're here. Let's go have a look at patch notes. Atreyu?
Yes, Commander.
How are you?
I'm sad to report that several internal systems have been causing me some headaches, sir.
Yeah, like logging in.
But I have them under control.
No, we'll get them under control. Here's the patch notes from 10 hours ago. This is the PTU gets updated fairly frequently. Still Wave 2. So when this goes to Wave 3, which I'm expecting to happen after the weekend, I reckon they really want traffic in there for the load testing before Invictus Week. The testing focus, general stability, Lawville Skyline 2.0, salvage contract missions, which I've been playing a little bit around with. I've been doing a little bit of flying around Lawville, just seeing how things go. There's been some more updates to this. Mission density management, so we might go run some bunkers and stuff and just see what that's like when we get there, if they're clean. Because the mission density manager is supposed to strip out from the bunker everything that gets dropped by the mission. Anything dropped by players will remain, but anything that's spawned in or streamed in as part of the mission, so NPCs, guns, you know, all that sort of crates, loot boxes will get streamed back out. Mining balance version 1. We did the new player experience, so if you want to check that out, we did an unedited 30-minute playthrough of the new player experience, and there's a thread up on Discord in the Star Citizen channel if you want to contribute any of your thoughts to that, or just have a read through what I put up there. I know that Trid's contributed a few things, and then later on we will head over, if we jump into the forums again, and if you ever want to follow any of this stuff, it's good fun. It's this is one of the things that I love about Star Citizen, is being able to follow the development quite closely. But here under feedback, so they pin all the latest threads for the 319, all the major areas of the game: new player experience, mining balance, tractor beams, salvage contracts, the Reclaimer Ghost Hollow PvP mission, the Lawville. It's all here, right? They're all pinned, and you can just go and have a read through what people are saying here about the new player experience. 210 replies. A lot of people, you can see 775 views on the new player experience. Mining balance and redistribution overhaul, 1.1k. Salvage contracts, only 671 views, only 61 replies. Lots of people interested in the new player experience. There's certainly room for improvement there, but it's great to see that they're doing something about it. So lots of stuff here that we can check out. It sounds like I've logged into the game, so we'll check that in a minute. Hi Flossie, how are you? Thanks for joining us. We're playing Menu Simulator at the moment. So we're just checking out the patch notes. Let's quickly jump back in. Here we are. Okay, so we've managed to log in. Let's get rid of global. I don't want to play on this EU server. At the moment, you can see it's 9 frames. The B-Win looks fine. Let's check out the number of players. Let's close the server stats. So we got 91 players. Wow, that's okay. 91 players. And let's bring up the server stats again. 91 players and okay. The FPS is dropping a little bit. But 7, 8, peaking at 9. It is plunging down to 2 or 3, but it's averaging 8 or 9 frames right now. Server frames, which for 90 players on a server is pretty damn good for Star Citizen. Star Citizen changes completely anywhere over 10 frames. So if we're getting close to 10 frames with close to 100 players on, that's encouraging. And they've still got a couple of weeks left before Invictus launches to really optimize the system. Again, it's PTU, so it's difficult to tell, right? I'm going to jump out of here for a little bit. We've got our hints and tips on, so we might leave those on for a little bit and just see what the game pops up to us. I think they really need to shade those or put some sort of box behind them so that they can be a little bit clearer, but we'll leave those on for a little bit. We're in our new player outfit. We got 15 grand for completing the new player experience, so when this drops to live, you might want to just do the new player experience and just run your way through it. If you know what you're doing and you're not reading all these messages and stuff, like I was in the unscheduled stream that we did a couple of hours ago, then you can complete this new player experience in 10 minutes and earn yourself a sneaky 15 grand. Trading and shipping consoles. Trade kiosks are used to buy and sell commodities throughout the... Okay, that's gone. Moby Glass. Open and close your Moby Glass with F1. Vehicle retrieval. Vehicle selector kiosks allow you to retrieve any of your own ships using the fleet manager. Find them in the center of deck 1. Find them in the center of deck 1? What the fuck does that mean? Shops are available throughout most stations. Use them to buy items and equipment before a journey. So these used to pop up along the bottom here. Little hints and tips. Obviously they're popping up here. What's happening with this elevator? But they're nowhere near big enough. And they don't stay up on the screen for long enough. Clear any active medicate. Okay, yep, that's gone. Flossy, PTU was running great last night with Dutch. Live had just totally dropped off. Well, everyone's in the PTU, right? And this is obviously something's going on with the doors, but so it's part of, I don't know. You could really read a lot into Star Citizen at times, and you could find narrative in everything like you can in life. There is a case to be argued that they kept Xenothreat running just to make sure that, they could get up as much data as they wanted to and ensure as many people who were playing that came over to 319 to go, is it stable? Can we finally play? Which then in turn gives them an awesome amount of data for the PTU, which is, quite often they're lacking because, people just don't play the PTU. They want to progress. They want to play the live build. And certainly a lot of people do play the PTU, but quite often a lot of people are like, nah, I can't be bothered. And when they do play the PTU, and I'm an offender of this, you play the PTU rather than testing things. And that's fair enough. That's certainly contributing. Just getting in there and playing like you would regularly play helps contribute to back end data. But primarily, it's this issue council sort of stuff that they really want to see. So I encourage people to really go and use the issue council. I'm going to try the gold trade from Crusader to Arc or Micro. Yeah, so there's all these new loops, right? All this new stuff that we can do. I really encourage you, go to the issue council, go to trending. This shows you everything that's open and has been confirmed in the last 24 hours. So these are things that are already confirmed. And just go in here and, contribute to some of these things. Otherwise, do a search through, this really does help. And, I've heard CIG talk about this before. I've heard Disco on, Star Citizen Live and Inside Star Citizen. The Issue Council is a wonderful resource for them. And as an ex-software developer, having this sort of feedback is incredibly useful because sometimes some things can be so obscure and so weird that the more people that experience it, no location selected in shop terminals. I'd encourage if you want to follow the development, this is a wonderful place to go. All right, let's jump back into the game. Let's bring up that screen there. Let's go jump in. Before we leave, Crouch, we need to get ourselves ready. We are still in our starter player armor. We get a set of armor and stuff. I don't know if you've got a helmet or a backpack. My inventory is cluttered full of things. But we'll get dressed in a minute. I basically want to take a short train ride over to the spaceport, and then we'll try and hop back into an Aussie server where my ping is slightly better. I have noticed when I'm on an EU server or we're on a server where the ping is high, I have to double click elevators, whereas to get the doors to open. But when I'm on an Aussie server, the doors just open automatically. A bunch of these prompts, like this one here, chat, open and close chat with F12. A lot of those things need to be in the new player experience. They get shown to you afterwards. After we finish the stream, I ran around by Genie a little bit. And a lot of the things that I was saying as commentary or as criticisms or as feedback during that stream was, they need to show this, they need to show that. And all of those popped up after I'd finished the new player experience mission. So I think some of those things need to be included beforehand. All right. So we've looked at all the new stuff here, the new platforms, the new Bezic Center where Invictus is, and obviously Defense Con is going to be over here. Tonight, it's all going to be about science and investigation. Let's find ourselves a place to hide so our nakedness doesn't need to be observed. Alright, so I think all we really need to do is chuck a helmet on this bad boy. Let's chuck this one on. And a backy-packy? We'll take this armor. We're doing science after all. We certainly want something to heal ourselves with. We certainly want something to... Let's turn off the server stuff. We certainly want something to carry things around with. I'm pretty sure my inventory is duplicating every time I do the new player experience because I don't have this many multi-tools. And I don't have this many undersuits. This might be something that requires a little bit more science. You know, go through and count all of this stuff. And obviously my subscriber stuff's not duplicating, but it seems like anything that I've bought in the store. Like, you know, normally when I log in, I'll buy 10 multi-tools, 10 tractor beams. But this is looking a bit crazy to me. So let's grab one of these. Let's grab one of these. Let's take one of these. Let's take one of these. Do we have sustenance? We don't have sustenance. Weapons, do we have ammos? No, we'll take ourselves a P4. We'll silence it. We'll stick a ×4 scope on it. We'll pick up ammo somewhere along the way if we needs it. Yeah, but as Mother says there, you know, there's all these new trade routes now. There's new commodities, there's new ores. Each planet has something that's unique to it that you can mine there and then take to the other side of Stanton for, you know, maximum profit. We did a bit of gem mining yesterday. It doesn't seem like there's been a balance to the price of those things. Backpack helmet sustenance. I'd really just like to get some water right now. Let's grab ourselves some apples. Grab an apple. So the menus over here are contextual, right? I'm getting food, so it's brought up stuff about food. When you have a food... Okay, yep, it's gone. Let's grab ourselves some watermelon. It does make a difference what you eat in the verse. If you're just constantly drinking cruise shakes, it really badly affects your health. And at this point, it doesn't have any sort of negative effects on your character outside of, you know, your hunger and thirst continuing to drop. You just continuously have to drink, you know, cruise, and it affects you, right? So we're going to grab ourselves some fruit. We're going to grab ourselves a burrito so we can have ourselves a balanced meal. Store that. I really wish they had some water here. But we'll grab ourselves some pips. Maybe a coffee. What? Nope. How do I stop that now? Inspect.
Obey all security and customs personnel at all times.
Can't store this? Okay. That's alright. Let's go into our inventory. Stick that in there. Alright, so we've got a few things to drink. I'm sure we'll find things along the way. I'm very keen to try out the multi-tool attachment for medical gameplay because nobody ever uses it, right? Right. Doesn't matter about your health because you're going to die before it matters anyway. No, I am not. That's not going to happen. All right, let's grab ourselves a vulture. One of the first things I want to play around with is the ship weapons. Actually, we'll grab ourselves a cutter. That's a bit better than a vulture. Oh, no, let's grab a vulture because then we can scrape some stuff while we're there. And you know, we don't need to grab a huge amount of weapons. I'd like to get 1 or 2 different types and then we'll do a quick run around. Quick run around. No, let's grab ourselves... Let's grab ourselves a cutter because it's got a fantastic quantum tank in it. And really, and I don't really need to be scraping anything. I'm not really too worried about, money making and all that sort of stuff. I'm interested in the science and the learning because, as I said, we can pull off components and ship weapons. Although I'm yet to find a vehicle I can pull components off because most of the ones that they have are ships that don't have accessible components. From the salvage claim missions. That's the Drake Buccaneer. Okay, that's not what we want. We want a cutter. So we're going to go grab ourselves some weapons, primarily. And just fly around. I'll find that Google Sheet in a minute. I was halfway through it and then the update came. This was yesterday or something, and I got booted out, or I was falling asleep in my chair. I can't quite remember. And when I came back, there was an update, and I was like, oh, well, I've lost all those weapons, but that's all right. We can go fish out some more. They're pretty easy to get. Cutter.
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
I love your positivity, Skeet. I'm a realist. What can I say? Well, you talk for yourself, Skeet, because, I'm going to crush this right now. Good evening, citizen. Yeah, we're not going to be really in any sort of danger. Don't think he liked me sharing his lift. Viv forgot to buy stream snacks. He might have to raid the kitchen tonight like the good old days. And it's doors. All right, the old cutter. So I think what we'll do is we're going to get out of here. We're going to fly up into space. We're going to navigate ourselves out into deep space. Then we'll quickly bedlog and we'll try and log onto an Aussie server. Oh, look, we'll see how things go. If we have problems here, then we'll server log. But if we're in... Speaking of the game killing people for stupid reasons. Might literally be killing me. Man, I haven't talked this much since my old days when I used to manage the training division, and we'd constantly be out on the road with trainers and stuff and talking for 8 hours a day in front of, groups of 20, 30 people, 4 days a week, and you just come back from a session just dead. Ugh. I think I'm going to turn off the hints and tips. I think I've seen enough to know that they're going to be super useful, but they need to be way bigger. They need to stay on the screen for longer or have some way to be able to turn them on and off. But I don't want them on. I've done my duty. Show hints, no. Show control hints, no. Contextual dialogue subtitles, no. Let's go back to audio. Let's turn off the music. Let's get rid of the ship. Let's get rid of the station announcers. Let's turn the main volume down to 75 where it normally is. This should be at 75. Speech volume. This is for NPCs, but we don't need to worry about it. Comms. Mute microphone, no. Microphone volume of mine is 100%. The VoIP audio of other players is 100%, but I have enabled level activated voice transmission set to off to no. So if this was set to on, people would be able to hear me talking in game, right? You have an open mic. But that's all good. Return to game. Let's fire up our ship. Let's get ourselves out of here into space. And then once we're out there, we'll go have a look at our contract manager. 202 subs. Professional. Fine. Hey, Papa. No, yeah, I'm streaming. Well, no, that's because that's my job now, Dad. I'm a real streamer. Papa. I'm just... No, I'm not doing computer stuff anymore. I'm just saying I got 202 subs on YouTube now. Bye. Beep. Old people. Oh boy! Atreyu?
Standing by to assist you, Commander.
Tell me something interesting.
I'm connecting to the Galactopedia, sir, and looking for articles.
Xenoarchaeology is the study of alien culture and history through the excavation of ancient sites and the analysis of physical materials. A human xenoarchaeologist, for example, may specialize in Hagian artifacts, whereas a Xian xenoarchaeologist may be an expert in excavating ancient human pottery. Xenoarchaeology is mainly concerned with recovering knowledge of prehistory, especially of extinct alien civilizations. It draws upon multiple disciplines and requires years of study, mentorship, and practice.
So we've been scraping the Galactopedia now, and William, or whoever that dude is reading them out for us, and Atreyu is pulling them out of the Galactopedia. So we're going to go into these new service beacon. Of course, it's 42 million kilometers away. When is this going to be fixed? Just a quick heads up in your service beacons. If you are seeing these contracts that are 42 million kilometers away, it generally means that there's no contracts in your location. So go somewhere else. If you want to do service beacons, there's no point milling around the location where they're all 30 plus million kilometers away. Go where those beacons are, and because obviously nobody's doing them over there, right? Let's have a quick look here in our salvage contracts. We've only got 2 of them. We're going to be competing with a lot of people here. There's 91 people on this server, or close to 100 or something like that. Yeah, 100 of 100. Full server. We got a full pop server. Next time you should drink. Drink to hang up. Let's bring up the server stats. So we're kicking at 7-8 frames at 100 plays. That's pretty good for Star Citizen. Obviously, it's not good from an industry perspective. It's kind of shit. But from a Star Citizen perspective, getting 8 frames, 9 frames with 100 people on, that's significant. Normally, you'd be 4 or 5 frames. Full. All right, let's go. So we're going to be competing now with these contracts. So as I've been experiencing, these contracts take you all over Stanton, salvage contracts. They take you all over Stanton to Her L1 and to Mick L4. Mick L4 is 1, 2, 3. It's out on the right. So Mick L4 is way up the top, right? Up here, yeah. There we go. So maybe we can pick up something that's a bit closer, because as soon as I accept this mission, it's going to stream the ship in, and then somebody else who's in the area can just go and salvage it. At this point, there doesn't seem to be any consequences to salvaging somebody else's claim. That may update as the PTU progresses, but I'm not sure. So let's go grab this Origin 315P. It's got 2 M5A cannons on it. It's up at Her L1. We got 15 minutes to accept this. We're going to set our quantum beacon on the way to Her L1, which is up here. And we're going to accept that mission as we get closer, just to reduce the chances of that spawning in or streaming in and somebody grabbing that contract out from underneath us. I don't care about the salvage at this stage. I just want the weapons. The weapons. And whilst we're in quantum, I'll bring up my sheet. So there's 8 different places in Stanton to buy and sell ship weapons, or 9, I think. Off we go. Funnily enough, pretty much everywhere in Hurston sells ship weapons. So you can go to Her L1, Her L2, Hurston itself. Out here at Her L3, Crew L5, Crew L1, Arc L5. All these places sell and buy ship weapons. I did some feedback for the new player experience on Spectrum. Good work, Metaphysical. Contribution helps. It really does. Now, I opened a new sheet. It would have been by default on this Google account. So let's get out of this screen, because that's boring as hell, right? And watch our cutter drift through space. Let's go down a little bit. Let's go up a little bit. Let's go over a little bit. We'll go back into my Google. Last opened by me. Don't know what that one is. Where is it, damn it? Oh, hang on, wait a minute. Wrong profile. Let's go to this one. Last opened by me. No, okay, these. Timestamp. Entitled missions. What the heck does that mean? Let's just open both of these. Rawr. So I've been finding Verse Guide really useful. Let's jump in here while we're in Quantum. We go to Verse Guide. firstguide.com. And we just browse around. So it gives you this little map here. You know, I'm not a huge fan of, you know, this interface. It would be better if this was draggable, etc. But so you can click on any one of these. So say for example, around Crusader, we could just open up each of the Lagrange points. It's 5 per planet. We'll click into each of the stations where there are stations. And it tells you here, you know, shopping, personal armor, personal weapons, ship components, mining equipment, pharmacy. It tells you if it's night or day. This works and sometimes doesn't work, sets in a certain number of minutes. But all of this is being data mined by the uber nerds, right? What's the weather like? It's minus 240 degrees Celsius at the moment. What's the current conditions there? Visibility is excellent. This was last reported by Jiggly. So I don't know if this is actually current, but this is, or should be. Anyway, let's go back to Crew L1 to Ambitious Stream Station. So you can go through and check out okay, there's nothing here at Crew L2. Let's just go and confirm that. So we'll bring up our Mobiglass and we'll go to Crew L2, which will be behind Crusader over here. Crew L2. So yeah, just clusters of, you know, asteroids. Might be a good place for mining or searching for wrecks, etc. Let's go back. If we go to Crew L4, shallow fields, shopping, civilian clothing. So I've been using this, ship components. I've been using this to try and find, you know, locations to go and sell ship weapons and put together a little sheet just so I can find out the best places to go and sell, you know, ship weapons at this stage, because it's easy loot, right? We're gonna drop right into this location shortly. Oh crap! Let's make sure we got the mission. Salvage. Crew L. They've all refreshed. Her L5, Mick L5, Arc L1. Damn it! We could have gone and taken this one. The 350R also has 2 M5As on it. An Origin 300i is out at Crew L5. Her L5. Her L5 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Her L5 should be down the bottom here somewhere. Around here somewhere. Her L5. Okay. You could go here. I think we've missed out on the one at her L1. So this is the first issue, right? You're timing these contracts, because I've had a few of them now where if you accept them too early, people just, you know, can gobble them out from under you. Mech L5, Arc L1, Crew L5, Her L5. Let's go check out this Reliant Core, Her L5. We'll take that mission straight away because we're reasonably close to Her L5. And we'll see. With 100 players on the server, if I accept a claim that's a reasonable, you know, short hop away, is someone going to salvage it before I get there? And if they do, I don't really mind. You know, we're sciencing tonight, right? But I'm a little bummed I've lost that sheet. Google normally saves things automatically. Last modified by me. Star Citizen video ideas and titles. I couldn't be bothered editing videos. I wrote a few scripts and stuff and I was like, nah, I'm just going to concentrate on live gameplay. It's easy, it's more enjoyable, I get to play the game, I get to hang out with people in chat. You know, it's just, you know, way more fun. Last modified. Last opened. Nothing there. Last modified. 12:34 p.m. God damn it. Alright, looks like this is the first time I've ever seen this happen with Google. Looks like we might need to start our sheet again. That's alright. We can manage. We can manage. Because there's a difference, right? You know, selling an M5A cannon over at Cousin Crow's, for example, for 5.7k, that's a significant difference from taking it to, you know, ArcCorp over to, what are they called? Centermass for, you know, 10k, right? But there are, you know, places around the various, you know, Lagrange points to take components and weapons, which is what that verse guide is useful for, so... Let's jump back in here so we don't accidentally pop something up on the screen that doxes somebody or reveals information that I shouldn't be revealing. And in the meantime, let's log on to this Google profile. Oh god, I've got so many Google profiles, it could be any one of them. This is my default, and then normally I'm here for all crouch-related activities. Ship weapon selling metrics. Let's give it a name. And if you guys are just chilling out and hanging out with me, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you want to get involved, you can jump onto Verse Guide and, you know, have a scout around and find places that have, you know, ship weapons listed in their profile, and we can add them to the list here. So location, weapon, sell price. I'm only going to do a couple of examples just so I can see if there's a related theme. Like, for example, are the M5A cannons, which I know you can sell at Area 18 for 10k, but at Cousin Crow's they at 5.7. You know, C337 repeaters the same, or stuff like that. Is there a coherent matrix, or the M5A is going to be worth more at Area 18 than they are at Orison, and repeaters are worth more at Orison than they are at Area 18. All this science is going on right now, and I'm sure people have data mined all this stuff. I'm sure people have already done this, and, you know, people with huge big orgs and stuff have done all of this stuff, but I'm going to do it myself because it is the best way to learn stuff, and it, you know, exposes me to, you know, new aspects of the game. And you know, gives me things to do, and I find it fun. So that's what we're doing it for. So I appreciate you guys spending some of your time with me and hanging out with me here at After Dark. It's Saturday, and we're here in the PTU for at least 4 hours. We might kick it out to 5. Sometimes on Saturdays we run overtime a little bit. It's 106 k's away. Can we get a little closer? Can we get a little closer? Let's go to the station. I originally thought these were quantum points, but they're not. So we'll fly out here. Let's get a scanner open just in case something pops up. Because I have been noticing now that I can... Finding C2s out here, you know, 50% of the time I come out here, they just, you know, I can't scan for them. I haven't found any salvage by scanning, but I've noticed the little paw print pop up when I'm just cruising around, and quite frequently out here in the asteroid belts around Lagrange points, there have been C2s. The recent episode of Star Citizen Live was super interesting. Again, talking with some of the people from the EUPU team about all the changes to salvaging and, you know, tractor gameplay and all that sort of stuff, and the issues and the problems that people are reporting on. And because there are certainly issues and there are problems with the game loops at the moment. Let's turn that off. We're going to overshoot. Okay, doesn't seem to be anybody else here. Do a little backward spin, make the most use of those thrusters. Of course I overshoot on the way back. Nobody else is out here scraping our wreck, which is nice. Just don't want them to take the guns, because that's all I'm interested in. Okay. What is going on? Have I blown that ship away? No? Okay, good. Just my joystick's being a bit sticky. Sticky business. Alright, let's get ourselves a view. Not that one. Let's open up the back. Just want to get into a position where we can easily tractor beam stuff into this vessel. I don't really know this ship very well, but it looks like it's got guns on the corners of the wings. Alright, so somewhere around there will be fine. Yeah, that looks good to me. Whoops, let's leave those engines on. Why are we rotating? Let's go! Never been in one of these Reliant cores before. I don't even know what weapons it has on it. Oh my goodness. Ramp access. Okay, so it's on its side. Okay, this must be the bottom. Yeah, it's got like the weird wings, right? Need to go in here, unlock the item ports. Not massively interested in the cargo either. I wish there was an easy way to figure out what the cargo is. Like if you had hand scanners or something. Because I have terrible trouble scanning this with the ship. We can't access these components, so we can't take those either. What? How do we get in the front? Or does this have like a separate cargo bay and we've got to go in through the front of the ship? It's only got one entry point. I want to get in there. Okay, so there's a door there from outside. But there's no other entry point. The only one is the ramp access. Maybe because the ship's transformed in its oh god. We didn't bring any med pens. No, the wings have to be the other way to get in. Okay, so there's no way to salvage this ship. Or at least take its components. From the cargo bay. Alright, this is not gonna be possible. Yeah, because I'm assuming, you know, this center structure rotates or something and gives us access to the cockpit. But when it's transformed like this, we can't get in there, true? We need a drink. We brought a drink with us, which is good. Because we didn't drink during the new player experience because it didn't tell us how to drink the water bottle. Which as soon as I got up to Baijini Point and I went to a shop, it told us how to drink a water bottle. Well, that's a bummer. I'm sure this has already been reported, but I think landing gear transforms it. Well, without being able to actually get in the cockpit, we can't do anything with that ship, right? So I'm sure this has already been reported as an issue. Because it would be nice to take those weapons, right? It's got, what, 6 on there? 2, 4, 5, 6. I found 3 SEU of gold to buy. Yeah, it's It doesn't seem to be a lot of it at the moment. Again, I'm sure they'll balance that out. People are trying out the new gold running loops, so, you know, everyone's competing for commodities. I'm sure they'll balance it at some stage. Well, how do I access the landing gear without being able to get in the pilot's seat? I don't understand, Skeet. And I need to be in the cockpit, right, to deploy the landing gear. Okay, so the ship has this sort of orientation, right? Okay, yeah, so that's the cargo bay at the back there with the regular looking door. This is the cockpit, and we can see that the door is rotated like that. Xena has joined us over on Twitch. How's it going? It's going well. You know, I'm just doing some science tonight here in the PTU. We're trying to grab ourselves some weapons so we can scoot around to a few different places, because I have noticed that the value of weapons changes depending on where you go to sell them. Just ram the wings with your ship. I'm sure they'll spin with no... Well, we'll soft death this in a minute. We can't... Oh, hang on a minute. Maybe its item ports are already unlocked. There's a turret on there too? Alright, well, let's take these 2 badges. Just yank that off. Alright, well, there we go. Good call, Skeet. So, I did discover the other day, and someone mentioned it in chat, and I just didn't realize what they were talking about. But with the R key held down, this will spin it around, and then with the mouse wheel, it rotates it on the axis that you've got it on. So then that way we can, you know, position things nice and easily. Like that. We'll stick it right there. Actually, let's stick it out there. We'll stick it over here on the, so it's not blocking our cargo grid. Good call, Skeet. Look at this. You can see the little arrow there says pull upwards. Dump this one on top of the other one. Oh boy! Oh boy! Let's just dump them in there. We don't need to. I had all my M5As stacked in there so neatly the other night. See the little arrow pull down. But we're just going to dump them in there. Cool. They did mention this in the episode of Inside Star Citizen about moving cargo around and all of this damage it does to ships and stuff. And they say they're working on it. They're aware of the issue. They need to work with the physics guys a little bit. But it is just something that... what the hell is that? I don't want that gimbal, thank you very much. So an M3A cannon. Let's chuck that in there. Alright, so this is good. This is giving us a couple of different weapons that we can play around with in terms of pricing. Because like I've said now before, the M5As sell well. Hang on, what's going on here? What is going on here, people? I want my weapons in my ship, please. Why are they not in my ship? Is this desync? Are you gonna blow my ship up, weapons? Star Citizen. Your Maka may have heart attack. Alright, we're going to take these. I think that's all the guns now. We should have 6 in there, right? Maybe some of them are in the walls of my ship now. I think we're missing one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're missing the other M3A cannon. Is that it there? It's glitched in my ship. Amazing. I think it's inside the ship. We'll try and move a little bit and see how we go. All right, we got some weapons. That's why you said try. Look at Skeet with the answers. Starstreams07 from the south of England. We're in a pub having food and heading to the beach shortly. That sounds amazing. Zeno says, sorry for the large question. I've been watching videos on this game for a few days. What do you think about the new player experience? So far I've been told about the glitches, but not actual game mechanics and how easy it is to get used to. Zeno, the game is quite big, and there's a lot to learn. I just actually did a live stream just 2 hours ago, running through the new player experience unedited, from a new player perspective, So you might find that interesting. It's completely unedited. There's a little discussion with chat and stuff, but there's a lot to learn in the game, and the new player experience, it goes a little way to getting you into the game. I've switched them off here at the moment, but back in the options here, the control hints and the contextual dialogue subtitles that they've added, well, specifically the contextual dialogue subtitles that pop up, little messages over here on the side of the screen, the key buttons here to fire, aim, traversal mode, they change depending on what you're doing, right? So we'll leave those open for a little bit. Let's put this tractor beam away. There's a lot to learn. People constantly ask about, how do you do this? Let's just have a quick look at the keybinds, right? We're using pretty much every single key on the keyboard, and in some cases multiple times. When I started playing, I've always been a lone wolf player, and I never have global open. I don't like to chat randomly to people in global, which is strange because now I'm building a wonderful little community here, and I'm really enjoying the gameplay that I have with people on Friday nights during the Discord adventures. And also, hanging out in general chat on the Discord, playing with people. That's been super fun. But in the beginning, when I started learning, I looked at this. This was a massive help in, spooling the quantum drive and, landing mode. And you can get into the advanced customizations where there's hundreds of keybinds. See, a lot of them aren't bound, for keyboards and gamepads and joysticks. There's so many options. The game is massive, Zeno. But if you're interested in the game, check it out. Make sure you use someone's referral code. Like, for example, if we duck off here real quick, let me come up over here.
Twitch is broadcasting a new follower alert, sir.
Zeno_XX121 is following After Dark on Twitch.
Thank you, mate. I appreciate the follow over on Twitch. Make sure you use somebody's code, right? Everyone gets a unique code. Mine is in the descriptions of my YouTube videos. I don't know where it appears over on Twitch, but if you use someone's code when you sign up for an account, you get a little bit of extra spending money in-game, and it gives you bonuses. If you are interested in checking it out, there'll be a free fly event coming up shortly. On the 19th of May, we have what's called Invictus Launch Week, and it's a 1 week celebration of military ships and stuff hosted by the UEE Navy, and CIG normally has a free fly event for it, so you can download the game and log in for free. They generally give you a bunch of different starter ships and stuff that you can play around with. And it's totally free. And then after that, if you do decide to purchase a game package, make sure you use somebody's referral code. I don't know where mine are, or, thanks, Skeet. I don't think we're relaying between Twitch and YouTube at the moment, so I'll grab this code and we'll stick it over here. And Twitch. That's my star code, but you could use anybody's, your favorite streamers, your favorite content creators. Make sure you use somebody's, because normally during Invictus Week, there'll be a free fly and there'll be a referral bonus. And normally those are, if you use somebody's code, you'll get the 5,000 credits, extra 5,000 credits when you start playing after you buy a package. But then you'll also, both of you will get a free vehicle, a hover bike, or, an STV, or, you generally something, you both get for free. So if you use my code, you'll get 5,000 credits, and, I might get something. But don't do that until Invictus Launch Week, because you get to test the game for free and actually see if you like it. So I hope that's always a reasonably long enough answer to what wasn't a very large question. But the game is full of glitches. You mentioned there, so far I've been told about the glitches, but not actual game mechanics and how easy it is to get used to. Look, it takes a little bit of time. It takes a little bit of time. You know, once you've played for a couple of weeks and you'll figure out the mechanics. It takes a little longer to, you know, get used to the bugs. But, you know, you follow me over here on Twitch, so, you know, all I do is stream gameplay mechanics. That weapon that is glitched inside the ship wall is going to cause us massive problems. See if we can just move around a little bit. Doesn't seem to be poking through. It doesn't seem to be glitching. This is one of the things I love about Star Citizen is just the complete control of the camera. And even when you think you've hit the limits, like I can't scroll in any further, but no, I can. We can go all the way in with the up and down arrow keys, the page up, page down. We can see me inside the cockpit there. Screenshot. You're gonna die, clown. Where is the faith? Where is the faith? All right, let's go. Where are we? Her L5. Oh man, I'm bummed that I've lost that spreadsheet. Yes, thank you. I'll definitely be watching and learning for a few weeks until that event. It's a great way to do it. Watch people's gameplay. I only stream live, you know, so you get to see it. Obviously, you're on Twitch, so everyone on Twitch is live. Yeah, check it out. It's great fun. Thank you for the follow. We got 6 more until we can get to affiliate, and then we can unlock the panic meter, you know, over on Twitch, and I'll figure something out for YouTube as well. We got racing coming up on Monday night. I stream 4 days a week. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays with my Discord community, and then Saturdays, which is where we are in the schedule, at 9 p.m. every single night, so it's easy to remember. And I normally schedule the week in advance, so I know what I'm doing, people know what's happening, and they can tune in for the things that they enjoy. Monday, we've got some racing, and racing is crazy. I get super energized, and there's lots of panic. Chat has fun, I have fun. Right. Let's get our ship selling matrix open. Sorry, chat, this is going to be a little bit boring. From Happy Gilmore, what's this? Oh, you're going to die, clown. That's from Happy Gilmore. I hope Starstreams has a nice time at the beach too. Motherfig's taking 3 gold and 43 beryl to Microtech. I think I've switched off at the moment in Restream, the streaming chat back and forth between YouTube and Twitch, but it should still be accessible. You should still be able to see it on the screen, even though it's not immediately readable. So I was saying, I know I haven't been to Microtech. It's a long way, but let's go there. Let's go there. And Atreyu can tell us some stuff along the way. It's the miniature golf scene. I haven't watched Happy Gilmore for ages. Maybe I'll have to re-watch it at some stage. So we get a long quantum jump, which is why we're in the cutter. We're going to go all the way up to Microtech. This gives me a chance to have Atreyu tell us a few interesting things about Star Citizen lore, and it gives me a chance to remake my spreadsheet and put in all the places we can buy and sell ship components. I'm sure there's something out there, but like I said, I'm going to do it myself, so I try and remember. Let's go. Microtech. Off we go. Let's get...
Twitch is broadcasting a new follower alert, sir.
Evac
Twitch.
2017 is following After Dark on Twitch.
Evac 2017. Was that right? Let me jump back to Twitch. Let's sit up in here. Evac, thank you so much for the follow over there on Twitch. You're a legend. 2017. Hello, man. How's it going? It's going really well. It's going really well. We're out doing a little bit of science, a little bit of experimentation, trying to... you know, figure out some guns at the moment, where we can take them to get the best price, because I've done a few of these salvage missions now, and I noticed that the prices of things are different depending on where you go. So I did start working on a little spreadsheet yesterday, which I seem to have lost. I'm sure there's 400 out there already on the interwebs, but I'm gonna make my own. So locations. So I know that Area 18 for an M5 a cannon sells for 10k, and I know that same cannon at Cousin Crow's over at Orison only sells for 5.7. What do we have on board? We got some M53As. Man, we're going to need to put together a proper matrix here. M53. An M3A crouch and M3A cannon. Atreyu,
Yes, Commander?
tell me something interesting.
Scanning the Galactopedia, sir.
The Vandal are hostile beings capable of space flight, quantum travel, and jump point navigation. Humans first made contact with the Vandal after a clan raided Dell Township on Armitage, Orion 3, killing all the settlers but one. Every subsequent encounter with the Vandal has resulted in mass deaths. The location of their homeworld is unknown. As a culture, the Vandals seem to lack a central government or command structure. Each clan operates as a self-governing entity. All attempts at the establishment of diplomatic connections between humans and Vandal have failed.
This Vandal. So we'll leave that stuck in the wall of our ship. I wonder if we'll still be able to sell it. What are these? So we got the M53A in the spreadsheet. What are these? They're CF22 badges, 22-7 badges. Tell me something else. Atreyu,
Standing by to assist you, Commander.
you are not. Tell me something else.
I found the following article on the Galactopedia, sir.
The Bonu Protectorate is an allied coalition of planet states, each with its own political system and bureaucratic guilds.
Repeater.
Each Soli who hold positions of great skill within their political guilds attend the Gathering, a socio-political event irregularly held in the Bacchus system, to debate issues that affect the Bonu as a whole. Bonu laws will often vary from planet to planet.
Is that all you got on the Banu? Tell me something interesting.
Scanning the Galactopedia, sir.
The merchantman is a freighter commonly seen in the Bonu Protectorate and beyond. They are operated as both transport ships and mobile trading posts, with areas aboard ship where traders can display and exchange wares. In Bonu culture, merchantmen are utilized across generations and continually modified, creating a wide variety of different sets of specifications. Although the merchantman is not as easy to configure as a human-designed ship, they are valued by human owners for their reliability and durability.
So we're slowly working our way through the Galactopedia and are using our TTS engine to, make that a little accessible to us in the game. So whilst we're in these quantum adventures, we can have a little bit of knowledge about the game broadcast to us. By the way, I was lurking around and came across your stream, and maybe I can help you out with your Twitch custom graphics even more. Don't have any Twitch graphics. I appreciate the offer. Once I start moving down that route, my good friend Scott Reed from Tide World Studios, he's worked for me for many years. Sadly, I had to let him go during COVID. Now he's got his own studio. He does a lot of digital design work for tabletop gaming. Wonderful, wonderful sculptor. Wonderful, wonderful designer. He's a trained texture artist and graphic designer. So he'll probably do all my graphics for me. What's your Discord? I can send you my profile there. Yeah, for sure. I don't think I've got anything set up on Twitch yet in terms of shouting things out there. Let me jump into the chat on YouTube, and we can bring up Discord there, and then I can copy that over and I can stick it in Twitch. Or maybe let me just check on Twitch. We've still got millions of kilometers to travel, so let's chuck in shout Discord. Let's make that exclamation mark a thing, right? You know how we have hashtags and all that sort of stuff? Everyone says exclamation Discord. I want that to become a shout, right? Because you put an exclamation mark after a sentence to increase your intonation and emphasis on a sentence, right? It's kind of like shouting. Shout Discord has been nerfed, has it? You trolling me for the use of my word nerf / Let's paste that over from YouTube. There we go. There's a link off to the YouTube. My wonderful little small community that's slowly growing, maybe slowly growing over there. Feel free to drop your profile in there, mate. But like I said, my good friend Scott Reed from Tide World Studios will probably help me out there. Yeah, he's done all my graphics work for a decade or more. 16 million kilometers. You just got home, Slash? Well, I hope you've had a wonderful day, or a wonderful evening, wonderful afternoon, wonderful night, wherever you are in this wide, wonderful world. I hope you're all having a fantastic time. Back to my spreadsheet. So what I'm doing, let's bring this up, right? Let's bring this, just putting together this little matrix. God, it's frustrating. I have to redo this. It's like Star Citizen. Let's jump back into screen capture. So I don't know if you can see this. I don't know how to activate dark mode. Let's get rid of that. Sorry, it's super bright. But we're just going to put all the locations down the side here, the weapon types across the top up here, and then how much they are. We're going to build ourselves a little matrix, right? So I did have all the locations in here of where we could go to buy and sell ship weapons. And then I had some weapons in my ship yesterday, and I was floating around trying to grab the prices. Just so I can see if there's a direct correlation between just generally selling weapons, or do they vary? Like I was saying, actually, these are in the wrong spot. Let's cut those out of there and we'll stick them in here. So the M5A cannons, for example, sell for 10 grand at Area 18 and 5.7 at Lawville. But we might find that the repeaters sell for 2 grand here at Area 18, and 8 grand at Orison. Or is it going to be the same? They sell for 8 grand here at Area 18 and then sell for 2 at Orison. Then we can do some wonderful thing with math and put some percentages in here and figure out, is there you've got 17% more profit if you buy at this place there. Set me a request. A request for what? For Discord? You shouldn't have to send me anything on Discord. You should just be able to join it, mate. Greetings. Evac Creatives. Okay, mate. Yeah, you don't need to be accepted into the Discord. If you click on that link, it just invites you in. Nothing for me to accept, mate. My Discord is just open. I'm a Discord newbie. I just set it up and there we go. You can get in there and go poke around. So this is what we're going to put together, this little matrix. Let's drag that back up over here. And we'll... So, back into Verse Guide. Back into going through every one of the Lagrange points. And going through each of them. So we'll do Crusader first. It would be super cool that if on this page it just gives you the information straight away about the station that's there. It is a little slow sometimes. I don't know if it's pulling information in real time. But we'll open up the ones we have access to. Okay, so it doesn't seem to be anything at Crew L2, which there's not. That sits behind Crusader. We went there in the map just to have a look. Crew L3 sits on the other side of the sun. It's the third Lagrange point is on the other side of the sun. That's what balances the planet, or some shit like that. And so there's a station here. All right, we've just arrived here at Microtech. Let's find our way down to the New Babage while we're here. Where is the New Babage? We are looking for the baseball triangle. There we are, the diamond. What is that carrying on about? It's impossible to see the interface. Let's just dull things down a little bit. Off to New Babage. But thank you, Evac, for jumping onto the Discord. Thank you for stumbling across my Twitch. Thank you for the offer of helping with my graphics. It's greatly appreciated. Right, let's go down to New Babage. We'll see what we can sell here. I don't normally come to New Babbage, so we're going to be running around here like a madman for a little while. Trying to find our way. Let's reset our graphics back to defaults. But at least we've got 3 No, we've got 2 different size weapons on. Actually, what we might do... Oh, God. Science! I just quickly see if there's a salvage mission close by. Cree L4. No. Mick L4. Mick L4's up on the top of the map. Up here. Quite a long way away. Mick L4 being the 4th planet from the sun. Has the biggest traversal distance. Its 3rd Lagrange point's completely on the opposite side of its, orbiting band. Music got loud, and I'm thirsty. Yeah, some of the tracks on Epidemic Sound get a little bit intensive sometimes. But if I keep on fiddling with it up and down, up and down, up and down, it's like bloody TV or movies, right? Talking really quietly during some sort of scene. And then the next bit is all action, and and you're like, fuck, turning it up and down, up and down, up and down. If it does get too intense, look, let's just notch it a little bit. Actually, I'll notch it in OBS, otherwise it affects the volume in my headphones. Let's kill it a little bit further. I'll just knock it down there. All right. I was thinking, I'll go grab a contract if there's one close. You see, people are grabbing these because there's so many people online, right? And I won't get more of these until I actually scrape one of these and complete the contract. So we're going to have to grab a vulture at some stage to unlock more of these. Let's just go down to New Babage. I was hoping we could grab an M5A cannon, but that not be the case. Oh, that's our salvage claim. Where is the New Babage? It is super dark here. Let's activate night vision. Atreyu.
Standing by to assist you, Commander.
Activate night vision. Alright, there we go. There's the spaceport over there. I guess we could land at the commons directly, hey? We don't really need to be storing the ship and stuff. We've got 20% hydration, so we will we'll see what we can find in the commons. We do have a drink with us. We've got some delicious watermelon. We got some apple. Let's activate cruise control and we'll just cruise down this way. Let me get back up into here. I think we'll just go land down at the commons. Show me a landing view.
Certainly, Commander.
That's not a landing view, Atreyu. Let's set up a landing view for you. Get back out here, kick it out on the left, and we'll save that to view number 1. There we go. Jump back up in the ship. Show me a landing view.
Of course, Commander.
Thank you. Wow, we're getting a please contact ATC from this far out? That's amazing. But we'll go down to the commons, which are those 4 little domes down there. Get back in the cockpit.
Acknowledged.
Now, flying this tugboat around is super slow. Super slow. Let's go down to infrared. Just kill some of that green for a little bit. Man, it's so nice now that Lawville has a proper city skyline like New Babbage does. It even has one of those big tall buildings that you can fly through in the middle of it. Can't wait until we can explore some of those buildings. Can't wait till we can explore some of these buildings. I can't wait till the rest of Stanton gets a little bit of that Orison love. Platform missions and that type of business. So we can see that super bright dot. That's a ship marker. Somebody else is already down here at the garage entrance to the commons. So we can come straight here. We don't need to go to the spaceport. We can just land down here. There's 400 Is. Deploy the landing gear.
Deploying landing gear. Please stand by.
Tell me something interesting.
I found the following article on the Galactopedia, sir.
Silent Song is a piece of interactive artwork located in the Tyak system asteroid belt between Tyak 2 and Shepard, Tyak 3. The work was commissioned in honor of the Ark's centennial and to highlight Xena relationships. It was created in collaboration by human artist Joseph Colt, Gian artist Niall Aero, and a Bonnu fabrication Soli. Beginning in 2890, the artists and fabricators spent a decade living together while developing the installation. Silent Song was designed to be visited and appreciated via spacecraft.
Made 2k on the 3 gold. That sounds like it's a commodity that needs to be bought in bulk when we can actually buy gold in bulk. I think they put contact ATC further away to make it easier to find hangars. Well, we'll see. Maybe we'll call for it when we're leaving, because I do know that sometimes you don't see the marker for quite some distance away, right? You can call air traffic control and they'll assign you a hangar, but they won't give it to you until you get actually quite close. And you know, I've noticed Orison's like that. You need to be quite close to that main central spider hub thing before they actually give you a hangar. Now, I don't know if we're going to be able to sell from here or if we actually need to be on the pads or in a hangar. I guess this is a little bit more science, right? Or if I'm just generally in the area. Do they recognize the cargo aboard my ship? Let's go down to the commons and we'll navigate our way through. I made 15k on the barrel, so not a total loss. When I first started to skeet, New Babbage was my spawn. Sometimes I had a hell of a time finding it. Yeah. Alright, where are we going? The promenade, right? We want to go to the promenade. And there should be, over here somewhere, Center Mass. And that center mass should hopefully... Let's just untrack some of this stuff which we don't really need up there at the momentos. Accepted. Let's untrack this just so it's not on our HUD. La Promenade. Now I don't know New Babbage very well, but we'll try and use the signs. Hi Ninja, how are you? What's going on? I know what you're here for, hang on a minute. This is what she's here for. You're stealing all my Tim Tams.
Okay, bye. No.
Mrs. Crouch has just come in and said no Tim Tams.
No, but you said Tim Tams, right?
I said you can have one.
Okay, I'll have two.
No, you can have one.
I'll have two.
You will have one.
No.
Give me that packet of Tim Tams. How many of my Tim Tams have you taken?
Hello, bye-bye.
Get out of here. Meta says the video quality tonight is terrible, or is it just me? I got a feeling it's just you, mate. Yeah, I'm not getting any issues here. Let me quickly jump up here into my stats. We got zeros all across the board, 60 FPS. Twitch is telling me everything there is looking good. The quality on the bitrate off to Twitter is perfect. YouTube is telling me that the stream health is excellent. Oh, there we go. I had it set to 144p for some reason. So Apparelli, Oza, Whammers. Maybe I'm in the totally wrong place for, whilst we're at Whammers, whilst we're here, let's grab ourselves a delicious tasty burger. The Deluxe. Let's grab a Deluxe. Quick buy. Let's take our helmet off with a hotkey and gobble ourselves a delicious burger.
Let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
I like how they hold things in their hand. It sort of picks it up and then they rotate their hand. I don't know why. It's obviously got something to do with a shared animation that's used for something else. I really love some water right now. Let's go Pip's energy. Why not? Normally the auto quality is fine. Pip's energy. Life. Untapped. We're super close. Let's get back into this one. Oh, my views. Hot boy. All right, let's just reset some views while we're here. Let's kick that back out there. Let's kick that back out there. And then we can get a view here. Let's just slow down our speed. Oh, wait a minute. We got some rubbish. Let's put this rubbish in the bin. Does anyone know where the center mass is? Didn't even unwrap it. Paper equals extra fiber. Yeah, exactly. Does anyone know where the center mass is? Is it in the commons or is it in the promenade? I got a feeling it's back in the commons, right? Doof, 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 doof. You know where key? You know where key? Let's turn off that interaction prompt thing. Control hints, no. Contextual dialogue, no. Back. Return to game. It's at the commons. Okay. All right, let's get back to the commons. This is not the way to the commons. It must be this way. Right is Amiga Pro and left is center mass. Okay, cool. Let's go back. We're shift clicking tonight. Oh, I've got blonde hair. Get multicolored hair. What's it called? Color shift. We're in a hurry. Oh boy. This is amazing. One day, we'll be able to have apartments in these cities. All right, let's go back to the commons. Left is center mass. It's nice to see all the NPCs actually moving around, except for those guys over there. Maybe they're doing a yoga class or something and just, you know, getting started. But this is an EU server, 100 pop. That's the metro loop. That's not where we want to go. Commons, let's go back up. New cabbage! New cabbage. All right, the new Babage. The promenade. Okay, let's have a look at this map here. Okay, this is not a map. Faster than like Korea. Center mass is 107. Center mass is 107. Okay, that's the plaza over there, right? Let's go to this plaza place and have a look. It's the squat card! It's the squat card! You pray, boys, you pray! Wall guard, look.
We just got a few new items in, so
the followings are equal so far between wall guard, squat guard. I haven't seen any chair or table worshippers yet. Let's grab ourselves. People, come on. Surely there's a bin right here.
Everything all right?
Of course there's not. Why would there be?
Hi, thanks for coming in.
Oh boy! Let's grab ourselves this tasty beverage.
We got some
Tea
new
baggers.
worth taking a look.
Thank you. I'll have this. Okay, so New Babbage Plaza. Let's go there. Shop number 107. Let's see if we can follow some signs and make sense of this business. I don't know why I keep saying stuff like that. Amiga Pro, so center mass is over here. Let's see what we can find. And if we find a bin, we'll drop our rubbish in there. Center mass. But it is nice to see the NPCs actually doing things. Where was that video where you made on mechanics? Was that a stream here on Twitch or a video on your YouTube? I streamed that on YouTube. But I didn't restream it to Twitch. So if you go across to YouTube, you'll be able to find it on my YouTube channel. It'll be the stream just before the one that we're watching now. But I didn't restream it to Twitch. Right. Is it going to recognize our ship? Sell. From the cutter. See, now I wish I had an M5A cannon to compare this to. So let's grabby Oli. Let's get out of there. Let's grab our ship matrix. And we will just update here at, where are we? New Babbage. Let's clear those numbers out of there. For the new Babbage, the M3As are 2.9. And the repeaters, the CF227 Badger repeaters are 2.8. Okay. I wish I had the M5As, but we can extrapolate, right? Simply by comparing the price of those weapons to the prices in other places, and then we can extrapolate and make a reasonable assumption. I just came down here somewhere, right? God. Exit this way. Ah, what is that? Biting my neck. Welcome to Australia. Here we go. You guys got a bin in here? Yeah. Okay, yep. Nobody saw that. Exit. We're out. Surface entrance and the promenade. Let's go. What is this thing that's on me neck? We'll wait until it does some serious damage, then we'll worry about it. Alright, we're off to the next point in space. It's not exactly thrilling content here on, After Dark tonight. We're basically going to be running around for the next hour or so with these weapons, just updating prices and trying to put together a short little matrix which will give us some indication of, where we can take all these weapons. Because honestly, for the smaller salvage missions at least, you earn way more money from the weapons than you do from the salvage, depending on how many weapons the ship actually has, for example. I did a little quaggle. Oh, I don't have a helmet on. Oh, it's very cold. That's all right. Let's put a helmet on. We got time. Let's put that helmet on before we freeze to death. I did a little 325A the other night, a little 1,000 credit mission. This has guns on it. Wonder if this counts as a landing zone. It does not. Well, that's a bummer. Otherwise, we could have taken this dude's weapons. Because they've changed it, right? Now the tractor beams, you used to be able to use them in armistice zones before, but people were causing all sorts of problems, which they do. And so COG now needs to find a way to fix those issues with people stealing shit out of shops and, displays. Apparently they stripped the whole Invictus, lobby. So they disabled it, but only enabled it on landing pads and in hangars. And this obviously is neither. Otherwise, we could have stripped that stuff. Which is a bummer. So yeah, good reason to have a tractor beam with you now. You know, any wreck sites you come across, being able to take those components and take those weapons and stuff. There's a whole nother salvage loop. Obviously, we have this issue, right, where stuff is just lying around. And obviously, this is a situation that they're aware of. They spoke about that during the Star Citizen Live episode yesterday. They're coming up with concepts and ideas for how to solve that issue moving forward. Obviously, they must have some idea in mind of what they need to do. They should just disable it where it is a problem. Well, that's what they've done. It's a problem in the armistice zones, and so they've disabled it. But the problem was people couldn't use it in the landing zones and hangars to move cargo and stuff around, so they've enabled it there, and it's disabled in armistice zones until they figure out how to make sure that the things that they need to have in those locations, can't be naffed about with players, too much. People using tractor beams to lift up trolleys and catch NPCs and kidnap them and, all that sort of stuff. Oh boy. All right, so we got some pricing there. We do need to now voice guide. So it's not going to be massively interesting tonight. I want to do this science. Super chill. We're just going to be naffing about here for a little bit. So let's get rid of Crusader because that's not where we are. Let's do Bagel Backler. What are they called? Microtech. So I'm pretty sure there's going to be nowhere around any of the moons that we can go, right? We got the main planets, the main landing zone, Lorville, Hurston, Area 18, and Orison, and then the Lagrange points. So let's check out the Lagrange points for Microtech. You should be able to use it anywhere outside, though. Yeah, that's true. Well, what's outside, right? Because most of Lorville is outside. Most of Area 18 is outside. So it's Acade's fault. I think it's lots of people's... Well, it's nobody's fault, right? We're all doing what we're supposed to be doing. Playing the game, testing it, trying to just break things. This is what CIG wants, right? Okay, so we've got stations at every Lagrange point here in Microtech. That's what they want, so that's what we're doing. And, together we'll find solutions to these issues. So in 42 years when the game is released, that's why it's called Squadron 42, by the way. I don't know if you realise that. The game's scheduled for release in 2042, hence the name Squadron 42. We'll be able to play a wonderfully polished game. All right, so nothing here at Mikkel 1. Ship weapons at Mikkel 2. All right, so let's add Mikkel 2 to our spreadsheet. I can't even remember any of the ones that I entered in on the sheet that I made yesterday. We're going to do this, right? And I'm going to do this live on stream and everyone's going to be super bored. And, we've got a low view account tonight because it's super boring. And that's super cool. I appreciate the people that are actually here with me. It gives me a reason to talk and chat and, enjoy the game together. But I can't remember any of the ones that I put in last night. Ship weapons at Mikkel 3. Let's put Mikkel 3 in. If you guys are doing nothing and you want to open up Verse Guide and you want to shout out to me, I've just gone to... This isn't going to take long. This isn't going to take long. We can manage this. Patience, Crouch. Patience. No shopping at Mikkel 4. I haven't even been to a lot of these stations. Shopping. Okay, so the only places in Microtech are Orison, Mikkel 2, and Mikkel 3 to buy weapons. So let's close all of these. Quack, 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 quack. Let's jump back into the Gamay. Come back to this. Oh, God. Microtech's so far away. Oh, actually, we'll go to Mikel 2, and Mikel 3 is going to be... it's on the other side of the system. For science! For science! This is why we are in the cutter, because it's got a fantastic quantum drive. Let's roly-oly. Retract the landing gear.
Landing gear is being retracted, Commander.
Activate cruise control.
Acknowledged.
Tell me something interesting.
I'm connecting to the Galactopedia, sir, and looking for articles.
Luminalia is a holiday celebrated by both Bonu and humans annually on December 22nd. It originated as the irregularly held Bonu Festival Tsiktiafanga Glow Festival, marked by the lighting of ceremonial lamps that stay lit until their fuel is consumed, about 34,000 beats 2 standard Earth days. While the lamps are burning, all Bonu, no matter where they are considered one solely. They invite friends, business associates, and passing strangers into their sulis and give them gifts so they will always have something to sell. All attendees are expected to provide food, drinks, and/or party favors in return, and if they can't, the host will often have those items available for sale.
Bring a plate to share.
Humans in the Davian system began to participate in the festival with Bonu shortly after the Bonu-Human Interstellar Peace and Trade Accord in 2438, when a ship repair solely on Cestulus, Davian II lit their lamps and invited humans to come and celebrate with them. It spread from system to system as humans in commercial workshops or trading ships used the festival to boost sales. Private events for family, friends, and extended families inspired by these profitable galas became common enough that the United Empire of Earth, UEE, officially recognized Luminalia as a holiday in 2557. Bonu began to light their lamps at the same time as humans as a symbol of friendship and a way to enjoy an increase in business. As the holiday grew in popularity, human merchants modified the traditional gift sharing by hiding empty gift-wrapped packages that could be returned unopened in exchange for a surprise like a few credits or a small toy. The increased foot traffic into their stores increased holiday sales and became a tradition in its own right. Today, Bonu and humans commemorate Luminalia with gift exchanges, present hunts, glowing lights, gatherings of family, friends, business associates, and acquaintances, food and drink, limited time discounts, and decorations in green and red.
It's not surprising that it's just like a commercial event, right? Given that it's a Banu event. This reminds me so much of Star Wars, this track. Alright. Tell me something else.
Scanning the Galactopedia, sir.
The Church of the Journey is a system of beliefs that rose to prominence among humans in the late 29th century.
Church of the Journey.
In 2876, its founder, Vita Perry, developed a meditation technique to be undertaken before, during, and after long journeys. The technique was meant to enhance its practitioners' appreciation of their path through life, via understanding how a journey had changed them, delight in a journey begun, acceptance of a journey ended, and anticipation of the next journey. By the late 2890s, a code of morals centered around passing through the universe with as little impact upon it as possible developed alongside the meditation practice. Followers of this code are known as journeymen.
I like that. Journeyman, hey? Just living in the moment, being thankful for what we have, what we've done, what we're going to do, and having as little impact on the environment around us. I like that. All right, so I'm just back in the verse guide looking through all the Lagrange points around Hurston. Okay, so Her L2. Most of them are at Hurston, given that they're a massive weapons manufacturer, right? Sell ship weapons. Okay, well, Her L1 doesn't. Neither does Her L3. Her L4 sells ship weapons. Her L4 and her L5 sells ship weapons. Okay. Tell me something else.
I found the following article on the Galactopedia, sir.
The Gathering is an irregular meeting of Esasuli held on Bacchus II to discuss issues that have the potential to affect all Bonu. Esasuli generally meet 2 to 3 times per year, though rarely, they will go multiple years without meeting. At each gathering, legal and trade issues are debated and codified.
Codified. So it's a little bit naffy in terms of, you know, its speech, but, you know, I kind of wanted that sort of robotic voice. There's hundreds and hundreds of articles to copy and paste into the speech engine, Prophet Voice. That was a massive pain in the ass to buy that. Super complicated process. Cheap, but complicated. All right, let's go to Mikkel 2. Deactivate the quantum drive.
Of course, Commander.
Deploy the landing gear.
Deploying landing gear. Please stand by.
I don't know if I've ever been out here before. There's a lot of tanks or whatever they are over there. Zoom in. Zoom out. Contact landing services.
Understood, Commander. Request has been submitted to landing services.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Okay. We upside down. Oh. Where's me hangar? Contact landing services.
Understood, Commander. Request has been submitted to landing services.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
What's the volume like on that Galactopedia articles? Because in my headphones, it's way louder than Atreyu is. And when I've been listening and watching the streams back, Atreyu is pretty loud. So I'm just wondering if the audio from the Galactopedia is like super loud. I guess we could have landed on a pad here instead of in a hangar, but that's alright. Do that moving forward. A refinery? Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it?
Complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Once I put together this matrix, I'll spend more time putting together a complete matrix, and that way I can teach Atreyu, you know, tell me where ship weapons can be bought and sold, and he'll just rattle it off. Ship weapons can be purchased at Lorville, Hurston, Area 18, blah blah blah. Mikkel 2, L4. And then I can have the map open when he's rattling through that. Press 0 to repeat the options. Alright, let's go and have a look. So there should be a center mass or something like that here. It'd be interesting to see within a system. We'll just leave the ship on the pad there. Really? Really? Get out of the way! It'll be interesting to see what's happened out here at this station. Has time just frozen? Like these people are in the process of walking. Scary. Scary business. Yeah, it's a bit loud. Okay. Because before I keep going, I can't modify that now. I need to modify that when I'm creating the audio file. So sadly, we'll have to put up with a little bit of excessive noise. And before I continue scrape, I've done about 60 articles so far, so I should maybe be able to find some sort of way to reduce the volume on all of those. Otherwise, I can just, you know, re-export them, I suppose. It doesn't take very long. Which is the wonderful thing about using the TTS engine is, you know, I don't have to read out all the articles, which takes time, especially if I stumble over words. There's pronunciations that, you know, I don't know. And if the TTS engine is doing it, then it doesn't really matter, right? Here's this place, hey? Pendejos? Pendejos? These people are alive. Some of them. Maybe they just took a little bit of time. Alright, this should be... What is this place? Ready to shop. 24 hours. Explore our selection. Deals that are out of this world. Yeah, what is the name of your shop? Firing solutions. Are you just called Ready to Shop? Welcome. Does your shop name appear here? What is the name of this place? Offers? Let's check it out. Sell from the Drake Cutter. Oh, see, they're a little bit different. Let's go back to our matrix. So we're at Mikkel 2. Oh, no, the M3As. Yeah, they're 2.8 here. They're 2.9 at New Babbage. And the repeaters are 1.8 here, and they're 2.8 at New Babbage. Okay. Good to know. Thank you so much. So the prices within a system are different also. Interessant. I might, while we're here, just grab a little bit of ammo. Just in case we go somewhere where we kind of need a little bit of ammo. We'll get by 5. Oh god, that says 11 minus 5, 6 by. One day they'll sort out how to do a UI properly. And we'll stick all of that on our belt just in case we need it. Lovely. Okay, we're all sorted out. We're all sorted out. We got food, drink, some watermelons and stuff. Delicious. Let's go. Where are we going? Mikkel 3 is a long way away. Do I want to do it by systems? Or do we want to do it just progressively by, you know, regions? Because Hurston is the closest to us at the moment. Let's go through Hurston. We'll go through Hurston, we'll go down through ArcCorp, and then we'll go back around to Warrison on this, you know, journey. And we'll see what other salvage ships we can pick up along the way. Oh, to do that, I need a vulture to complete some missions. We can chuck weapons in the vulture. Better signage around these places would be cool too. I don't know which way it is. Let's just try this. So here's Easy Habs. Here's the juice bar. Okay, no, back the other way. G'day, Rhino. How are you, mate? I hope you're keeping well. Thanks for tuning in for this extremely exciting Star Citizen content. As I float around the verse with some weapons in the back of my cutter. Doing a little bit of science, a little bit of investigation, a little bit of checking out places I haven't checked out before, and comparing the prices of weapons. What the fuck? Hangar 1. What? Where did we go? Hangar 7? God. A bit of dyslexia going on there. Yeah, comparing the price of weapons and just figuring out, you know, where's the best place to take weapons and sell them and, you know, all that sort of business. So I appreciate you tuning in and out there in Twitch and on YouTube land. For those that are joining me for this you know, rather relaxing and chill moment, just do I still have the saddlebags in the Starfarer? I do. They are still there. Hee, all 7 of them. And I can interact with all of them. So it may be possible to just fill up a ship. I think that's the next thing to investigate, right? Is just filling a ship up with more saddlebags and storing it and just seeing, right? You know, I don't see why if we store the ship and then, you know, call it back immediately or leaving it for a few days should make any difference, right? But yeah, all 7 of the saddlebags are still there, Rhino. And I can move them all around. And they're all green. I wish we could get an M5A cannon. Let's have a quick look what contracts are available. A 315p. It's at Arc L3. 1, 2. It's up on this side of the system. Here. 1, 2, 3 should be on the other side. Let's... Oh god, it's a long way away. I want an M5A. I recopied, so no more Starfarer, but I do have an A2. Ooh, an A2. Did you pledge for an A2, did you? Did you upgrade the Starfarer to the A2? The reason I want an M5A is because I already know that the M5A at Area 18 sells for 10 grand, and at Orison over at Cousin Crow's it sells for 5.7. Pledged for it. Ooh. Jumptown! Which is running at the moment in the PU. I don't have a huge amount of interest in the Jumptown at the moment. It is Jumptown 2.1, I think. Or maybe it's Jumptown 2 and 2.1 is coming in 319. I'm not 100% sure, but apparently it's completely changed. There's multiple vending machines. It's now a big circular station instead of just those couple of square rooms. Multiple entry points, lots of places to climb in and around. So it's a completely different experience, right? So at some stage I will have to do that, but at the moment, you know, it's science time. It's just slow exploration. This is a long way to go for some M5As. I got 8 minutes. Did not call for the hangar doors to be opened. What? Is the door? Hang on, wait a minute. Get back in the cockpit.
Acknowledged.
Alrighty. Mikel 3 is on the other side of the system. Perf L4 is the closest to us at the moment. Let's go there. To Melodic Fields. Oh boy. Tell me something interesting.
I'm connecting to the Galactopedia, sir, and looking for articles.
Casa, the patron of luck, is the Bonyu god of fortune, prosperity, money, and merchants. Although its origins are unknown, it is one of the most common deities in the Bonyu pantheon for its governance over success in business. Religious Sulis that represent Casa travel from Soli to Soli, collecting offerings and prayer commissions from Bonyu, seeking good fortune in trade. Because it is so commonly seen on altars throughout the Bonyu Protectorate, xenoanthropologists speculate that it may be one of the oldest Bonyu gods still worshipped.
Luck volume. Turn it down a little bit. I've just been floating around looking at spawns for prospector/mole mining. First rock I scanned was a 30% quant rock. Well, they do mention, let's bring up those, while we've got another massive jump. Let's bring up, where's my mouse gone? Let's jump back into here for a moment. Seems we've got a massive jump ahead of us. So they have mentioned here mining in the gameplay. These are the latest patch notes. Mining locations, sales premiums, and availability balance pass. Increased probabilities for multiple mineable resources, including Quantanium. Change to gold availability for trade routes. Gold mine outposts for bulk trade are now locked to Crusader. So we have to go to Crusader to buy gold, right? Far away from their best prices at Arc and Microtech. So we need to get gold from Crusader and take it either to Arc, Corp, or Microtech. So yeah, it does seem that people have been saying Quantanium's now super difficult to find, so they've increased the balance of that. It'll be interesting to see what they do about Janelite. Jason the Bruce has joined us over on Twitch tonight. I've been building a KOD. Tonight I have a KOD kit building machine, but finally arriving to watch it as I build the Jupiter apartment building. Cool. You found lots of gold, have you, Rhino? Because people are saying now that, gold is super, limited in terms of the quantities that you can buy. It's not really something that you can do in bulk. Who was saying, I think it was Skeet was saying before, or somebody in the chat was saying before, that they went to buy some gold and there was only 2 SEU of gold available. Ghost Holo Reclaimer PvP mission balance pass. Change the max payout from 100k to 125k per terminal. So there must be multiple terminals there. Again, something I haven't checked out at the moment. Lowered the maximum mission reset count. Apparently, they've done something with maximum number of players, right? Added reward reduction of 10% off of per additional player in the fight. Up to a maximum of 8 players. Don't know what that means. Again, I haven't really looked at this mission. Restream is not working. No, Restream is not streaming back and forward the comments. Should I switch it on? Do you want me to switch it on? Do you guys like having the comments restreamed back and forward? I don't know why I keep playing with it. These were mineable gold. Okay, cool. Bot relay mode. There we go. So we should get now Twitch and YouTube relaying back and forward to each other. That way it's probably easier live to watch the chat and participate in the chat, obviously, in the chat window. But afterwards, people are obviously seeing the chat on screen, so we'll relay back and forward. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing some prospector mining, but, being a loot goblin at heart, I'm super excited about all of this scavenging that we're doing. I wouldn't call it salvaging, I'd call it scavenging. Flying around to these wrecks and just pinching all of their stuff and just leaving the salvage behind, right? Because obviously the Vulture has a limited amount of space. And we have that complication of like stuff just laying around all over the floor. Like right now in the back of the cutter here, we've got stuff just laying about on the floor. So it'd be interesting to see, right, if they have like a dedicated storage ship, and I'm not talking about the BMM, right, with a whole bunch of hard points inside it, or if they give us, like they've shown before on Inside Star Citizen in the player habs that they're working on, there's item ports on the wall for you to attach posters and pictures and mirrors and, all the subscriber flair and fish tanks and all that, stuff that we have, as part of our subscriptions. It'd be interesting to see if they give those to us in the ships here. Or if we can just buy a pack of, interior item ports and just position them up on the ship, so when we loot stuff we can just go clip it on there, clip it on there, clip it on there, and just have stuff magically hanging off the walls. It's magnetically attached. Thank you so far to everyone who's been spending some time with me. We've been kicking it for 2 hours. It doesn't really feel like it. Hey, most of it's just been sitting here in Quantum. Let's get out of here. This is terrible for you. There we go. Or make it where you can put ship guns in 2 SCU boxes. Well, ship guns are massive. They're way bigger than 2 SCU boxes, especially like the M5A cannon. They're huge. There's no way they're going to fit in a 2 SCU box. So something needs to be sorted out. And CIG, they were aware of it. They didn't really reveal anything during the Inside Star Citizen yesterday about how they're going to manage this situation of scavenging stuff. But there needs to be some sort of solution. We can't just have stuff laying about. that, you know, they had mentioned, you know, a lot of this stuff, they're waiting on the work to be finalized for the cargo lifts in the hangars. Really, that's going to be, you know, a big part of the solution in terms of how they manage all of this large physicalized cargo, because they don't want stuff to just be able to be dragged out of your inventory and just dropped on the ground and appear, right? They want to have it properly, you know, they don't want to break that immersion. So when you go to your hangar, you know, they were explaining you'll be able to go to the cargo lift, you'll be able to access the cargo lift, probably a terminal, and bring up and say, I want this, 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 and then it appears, the lift will come up and the doors open and there's the cargo. And you can take it out in boxes or something, you know. A magic SCU box, yeah. Freight elevators will put stuff into non-physical inventory and vice versa. Yeah, exactly. So we're just going to see how that's going to work. You know, is it just going to be a lift that comes up with a whole bunch of guns sitting on the floor, or, you know, or cannons or whatever? Or are they going to be inside even larger SCU boxes? You know, how's all that going to work? It's going to be exciting to see. All right, let's head over here and we'll see what they sell for over here. Deploy the landing gear?
Yes, Commander. Landing gear is being deployed.
So we're at Herel 5, right? You're on the right side of Hurston, so that's that 5th Lagrange point. Contact landing services.
Acknowledged. CLS has been contacted. Awaiting confirmation.
Contact landing services.
Understood, Commander. Request has been submitted to landing services.
Shit. I really enjoy flying this cutter around. She's a nice little boat. Again, I could have landed on a pad at these stations. Alright, we must remember. Land on the pad next time. Let's check out what our server stats are doing. So we're kicking her at 7.5, 8 frames, right? Oh god, things are moving around. This is the problem, right? How many players are online? So we're kicking 7 frames. And how many players have we got on? 97. 7 frames isn't too bad for 97 players online. Obviously, yeah, it's not amazing, and we'd love to see that much higher. It'll be a long time before we get to 30 frames, right? That's not going to happen until we're well into beta and, you know, they're optimizing instead of building tech and fixing tech debt and all that stuff. The 7 frames at the moment here in the PTU with 97 players on is pretty good, and hopefully that translates nicely to the PU and we get a wonderful experience when you know, Invictus comes around. Maybe those 32 SCU containers for like Hull C make them interactable. We'll have to use bigger ships. Yep. Like we need shelves, right? To be able to put stuff in. Can't just lay it on the ground. we need shelving in some sort of ship or something like that. I'm assuming that, you know, the banner management's going to, you know, have some sort of store features or functions, but, you know, for when we're salvaging and scavenging the verse, we need a better solution, right? Or maybe it is just going to be the case that, you know, we take out a ship like a cutter or a Pisces or something that's got a, you know, cargo area, Freelancer Max, or, you know, the Andromeda, or, you know, whatever, and just dump stuff on the ground until we can take it back to, you know, our hangars and, you know, We're not going to be able to stay out there and just grab hundreds of guns and bring them all back in at the same time. We're going to be out there until our ship is full, which makes sense, and then come back. So if you're in a little cutter like this, you'll be doing lots of little trips. If you're in a bigger ship like a Freelancer Max, then, you know, you'll be able to stay out there for longer and, you know, scavenge more stuff. Kasaba? Waiting areas. Upstairs. It must be upstairs. So here, L5, there we go. The unnamed gun store. Like, look at the size of this gun, right? There's no way that's going to fit. Each one of those is an SCU box. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, yeah, this might need to go in an 8 SCU crate, right? To account for packaging and space and the height of it. Whether the height of it kind of looks... Yeah, that's more than 1 SCU high. Tall. Big. Thick. Gonna be interesting to see. Sell from the cutter. Okay, so these prices are interesting. Let's go back to this here. And let's just switch game scenes. We'll swap out of here. Let's minimize that. Let's come out over here. Oh boy, what's going on? Too many alt tabs and too much business going on. Her L5, right? So the M3A is selling for the same price at Mick L2, but we're getting a better price at New Babbage for them. 2.8 here and 2.9 at New Babbage. And the repeaters, 1.8. So far, the two Lagrange points that we've checked, Mick L2 and Her L5 are the same. We want to get to Area 18 at some stage so we can see what the difference is there. Okay, we're out. That's a long way to come just for a... for a very quick check. But it is what it is. And we're off. We're back out. Tell me something interesting.
I'm connecting to the Galactopedia, sir, and looking for articles.
Tears of Fire is a painting by the early Mesa-era landscape and military artist Aaron Fring. It was completed in 2610 after Fring witnessed Teverin warlord Korathal and his fleet falling through the atmosphere of Jalan, Elysium 4, formerly Calith, in an act of self-immolation. Tears of Fire is Fring's only work to have been inducted into the UEE Historical Vault for Antiquity. It hangs in the Bentley National Gallery on Jalan. The Teverin lost their homeworld, then called Calith, to the United Planets of Earth at the end of the First Teverin War, 2541 to 2546, on March 9, 2603. A faction of Teverin, led by warlord Korathal, sparked the Second Teverin War, a protracted and brutal guerrilla war for the Elysium system against the United Empire of Earth. On the 24th of June 2610, after a catastrophic defeat in the Centauri system at the hands of Squadron 42, it became clear to Korathal and his forces that they could not defeat the UEE military and an armed populace. Faced with the choice between surrender and death at the hands of his enemy, Korathal chose a third option. He ordered his surviving loyal forces to charge through the UEE military blockade for Elysium. On the 25th of June 2610, the remains of the Teverin fleet reached Jalan's atmosphere. The residents of the planet braced for an attack. Instead, Korathal and his fleet dropped their thermal shields and dived for the planet. As they burned in the atmosphere, Korathal's final words were picked up by human communication devices. "We die at home and we die free." Aaron Fring was born on Farron on the 13th of October 2578 to teacher Max Fring and pilot Mary Fring. He learned to draw and paint as a child during a period in which he was bedridden with Kilo's malady. As an adult, his illness prevented him from following his mother into service with the UEE Navy, so he joined the UEE Expeditionary Force as a field medic. The UEEF eventually stationed him on Jalan. He fell in love with the landscape there and was inspired to resume painting. The night of Korathal's descent, Fring was taking an evening walk, having left all his communication devices at his home. As he approached the crest of a hill, he noticed strange lights in the sky and saw the first of the Teverin fleet push through the clouds. Fring watched until the last of the ships had either broken apart or crashed.
Please visit again.
He began work on Tears of Fire the next day. The debut of Tears of Fire at the Gemma Gallery of Art launched Fring's career as a full-time painter. He went on to produce more pieces centered around the Teverin Wars to continual acclaim. His portrait of Corothel, referenced from holos and oral descriptions, is noted for its use of smoke and lighting. He died on the 11th of November 2631 from kilos-related complications, aged 53 years. Tears of Fire was inducted into the UEE Historical Vault for Antiquity in 2633. Fring cited human Romantic-era Earth, Sol 3, art as one of his primary influences, particularly the use of light and color in Ivan Ivazovsky's 1848 painting, Battle of Chesma. A copy of the painting hung in Fring's studio. Tears of Fire inspired a revival of Romantic-style art in the UEE, notably pieces with glowing, effusive sources of light.
I love the fact that, during this battle, they just can't beat the UEE, right? And, they don't want to be, enslaved and so they kamikaze themselves, right? They harikari themselves. You'll not take us alive. Ship components at Crew L1. We'd rather sacrifice ourselves for the honor of our people than succumb to you invading bastards. Ship components. Hang on. Was that ship weapons or ship components? That's ship components at Crew L1. That's not what we want. We want ship weapons. So we can get rid of Crew L1 from our matrix. Still in quantum. Oh god, why have I left you on that view? My bad. Ship components. Ship weapons. Is Crew L5 the only place in Crusader to sell ship weapons? Ship components, personal weapons. So it seems. Well, we're just using Verse Guide here. It could be old, it could be wrong, but, to give us at least some indication as we adventure around. That's the wrong button. So Crew L5, only place. According to Verse Guide, that sells ship weapons. Let's go have a look. Crew L5 will be over here. Yeah, so we'll come down this way. Let's Mikhail 3 is the last place in the microtech domain that we need to check. We've got a little bit of running around here. We'll come down to ArtCorp. We'll go check out this and then we'll do ArtCorp from the Verse Guide. Cornerstone is really good for what you are doing. What is Cornerstone? Again, I don't want it to tell me the details. I want to learn that stuff myself. So is Cornerstone something like Verse Guide? I'm not looking for details that tell me, here are the best places to sell ship weapons. That I'm trying to learn myself, and I'd rather spend the time learning that myself. But if it tells me, these are sold in these locations, you can buy this in this location, then that's fine. The economics, I'm quite happy to float around and do this. It's not wasting time if you're having fun, right? Arc L5. And we've got only 10 people viewing on YouTube, and not everyone's keen to hang around and watch me float around in space for hours and hours just experimenting and discovering. It does that, but more. It does what tells you. Or let's have a look. What is it? Let's have a look. Corner, Stone, Star Citizen. Is this it? Seastone.space. An item finder. Oh, I think I heard this guy was on Space Tomatoes podcast recently, right? Let's have a look. What are you looking for exactly? I'm looking for good times. Ship weaponry. Let's have a look for weapons. God, I couldn't give a shit about any of the stats. I'm not that sort of min-maxer. Hide items not sold in-game. Control. Yep, that's it. Okay, control click on any row to open the new item in a new tab. Okay, so this is for min-maxers, but it doesn't tell me where I can buy it. Unless do I go into each of these weapons? Yeah, okay. Well, that's way more work. Than just opening up Verse Guide and going, can I buy ship weapons at this location? Yep. If you want to know specifically for a specific weapon for a specific location and all its min-maxing nonsense, then you can, then this looks like a good website. But all I want is a location that says ship weapons can be bought and sold here. And we're building it. Area 18, New Babbage, Orison, Lawville, Mick L2 and L3, Her L2, L4 and L5, Crew L5, and Arc L5 so far. And then we will be done. And that's Microtech, Hurston, Crusader, and Arc Corp. Sign it! You know, I'm not going to investigate every weapon, obviously. But I want to put together this matrix that gives me an indication then of the distribution, so to speak, of the economic value of weapons. We've only got the 2 on board. I'd love to have an M5A because I already have data on the M5A. But well, we can extrapolate, right? To some extent. When we get to a location that I've already got M5A data for. Where you sending me? Am I calling for landing way too early at these stations?
Please proceed to assign
I think I am. Gotta be quite close. Stop putting me on these hangars on the inside. Stop going in the hangars, crouched. Land on a pad. I've said that 3 times now. Show me a landing view.
Of course, Commander.
Oh! Weapons sell for the best price at where they are sold. That's very true. But we have noticed some differences, though. So far, Arc Corp seems to be the best place, though there are some places around that I've noticed that also have good prices, Lagrange points. Like the M5As sell for 10 grand at Area 18, but they all otherwise they sell at 5.7 everywhere else. Except there was one other Lagrange point that I found last night. I've lost my spreadsheet that I started last night, yesterday afternoon. But there was a Lagrange point that I found that sold them also, or bought them for 10 grand. Otherwise, it seems to be 5.7 across the board. So you're doubling your price, right? Little ship, little hangar? I suppose so. For the science! Look at that! Don't even need to press the... this... Maybe it doesn't register I'm in here. It does! For science! Alright, let's see. Where's the ship weapons? Quick scout around the station here. I'm never going to remember these layouts, right? Moving around at this speed. And you've got to spend multiple... you got to spend time in an area to learn it properly. Here we go. The unknown gun shop. What are you selling it for? What are you buying it for, I should say? This is the same as everywhere else we've been so far. So far, New Babbage has given us the best price. Where are we? Referral 2. 1.8 and 2.8. Oh, the guns on the Aquila salvage contract sell for 20 to 21k each. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, there's money here. There's money here for those people like me who loot goblins and just love to collect stuff, and it's pretty exciting. All right, where's next on the list? Let's go back to our ship. So, Rana, this is all we've been doing. It's not terribly exciting. But you know, we're just chilling out. We listen to Atreyu tell us some interesting information from the Galactopedia. Did you try Lorville? No, we haven't been to Lorville yet. It's going to be interesting when we get down there, right? Because, you know, they obviously have their own weapons and stuff, yeah? So, you know, are they going to be interested in badges, for example? They've been more interested in the attrition weapons. I am on Hangar 3. You know, sadly, we've only got, you know, the M3A and the CF227 on board, I think. Or the 337. We got the M5, the M3A, and oh no, these are the 337s, size 2s. If we had more variety of weapons, we would be able to do a more thorough matrix. Like if we had weapons from each of the manufacturers, then we could put together a proper matrix. But for the time being, this'll do.
You are clear to launch.
Love this game so much. Just the control of the camera and being able to see the game from multiple different views and stuff like that. Get back in the cockpit.
Acknowledged.
14 likes on YouTube. Thank you so much.
And please visit again.
Clickety click click. Where are we going now? We could go to her L5. Let me quickly just finish off. Let's have a quick look at this Arc L4. Let's get rid of Sea Stone. We can come back there at some stage. Arc L4. It's just me. Let me finish this off real quick. Ship components, personal weapons, mining equipment. No, no. No shopping there either. Personal armor. Ship weapons at Arc L5 is the only other place. Okay, cool. Let's close that, that, and that. Viv, what are the new rules coming in about vaping? As far as I understand, they're banning the importation of disposable vapes, which often are brought into Australia with nicotine in them, outside of having a prescription for those devices. For those proper mods that are legal here already, I don't think that they're changing too much, but I'm not 100% certain. I have a prescription for my vape anyway. But from the limited news that we hear, right, my understanding is they're banning the disposable vapes that you can buy in like all the bloody, you know, corner shops and stuff, and you know, the souvenir tobacco shops and stuff. You know, those places that aren't vape stores. You know, you go to any vape store and they're proper stores, they're properly educated people, they have proper devices, proper information, and you can never buy nicotine there. Whereas all the disposable ones that get brought in from China, they're super dangerous devices. We don't know what chemicals are involved in them, and quite often they contain nicotine, which is, you know, illegal in Australia without a prescription. So, yeah. They banned flavors in California, I heard. Well, that's who they were saying that. They're banning flavors here. Whether that's in the, you know, the legally imported, you know, disposable devices or in vape stores in general, I'm not sure. I have a very good friend of mine who owns a vape store, Preach Vapor. I haven't spoken to him yet, but we'll just see what happens. At some stage, I've given up a couple of times. But then, you know, I've always come back to it. You know, it's you know, I have a nicotine addiction. Hence the reason I vape with nicotine in it. So I want to kick this at some stage. You know, it's I'd rather be an air breather. So what have we got here? We got Microtech, Hurston, Crusader, and Arco 5. So we've got the 4 major stations. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 places, almost a dozen. And that's sort of relying on Verse Guide being current and up to date with which locations around Stanton have ship weapons accessible, or stores that sell and buy ship weapons. So we've got 11 on the list. So we still need, oh god, this track, no, you can fuck right off. I just hope they don't get too hamstrung by the laws. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Australia is a heavily regulated country. There is a vape shop that just opened in my suburb. I mean, I wanted them to do well, yeah. Skeet has enough supplies to make my own juice for like 3 years. Yeah. Breathe all the shit the cars, trucks, factories dump outside instead. Yeah, exactly. Look, it's all big tobacco, right? It's all big tobacco. You know, they keep carrying on about kids vaping. I've never seen any kids vaping. I don't know any kids that vape. You know, it's all, you know, media these days is all, you know, propaganda, right? It's all corporate propaganda. All right, where are we going? Where do we go? I might end up sounding like this as we move forward because of, you know, 20 years spent smoking cigarettes when I was younger, and then 8 years spent vaping. You know, we might, oh Jesus, it must be way longer than that. I forget how old I am sometimes. Oh boy! All right, where are we going? We need to go across to Orison. We need to go to Area 18. We need to go to Lawville. Let's duck down to Lawville. Let's go to Lawville. We'll see how happy they are about us trying to sell some badges there. I wonder if they even offer money for them. They might be one of our whole $0 situations. We're not going to buy that rubbish. We got our own weapons here. We got universe leading weapons here. Do you know where you are, Mr. Crouch? You're in Hurston, buddy. Here we go. Big Tobacco got their hands in everything. Yeah, yeah. Yep. This song, it fits so perfectly with, you know, Antique Roadshows, right? Antique Roadshow. And it's called Refined Antiques. by Howard Harper Barnes. Are you going to save my sheet this time, Google, or is this one just going to disappear too? Because there's no save button for Google Docs, right? With Google Sheets, it just updates each time you make a change, it just saves, right? But my previous one disappeared. Tell me something interesting.
I found the following article on the Galactopedia, sir.
Litova is the central code of ethics and main religion for the Xian people. It was established in roughly 33,900 BCE by early Xian.
33,000
The core of Litova
BCE.
centers around the concept of time, specifically the intent and effect of all actions throughout time, no matter how small.
That's cool.
It was codified into Xian law in 19668 BCE by Emperor Yal Suayue, the only surviving daughter of her house and the first Xian emperor. A dedicated commune to Litova is located on the planet Rapung, Kaipua 3.
Of all things associated to time. That's pretty cool. Tell me something else.
Scanning the Galactopedia, sir.
A Bonyu flotilla is a loosely allied collection of Bonyu-owned space stations and ships. Usually, Bonyu flotillas operate as vibrant marketplaces, acting as centers of trade for travelers. Most Bonyu planetary systems host one or more flotillas. Generally located in Bonyu space, they are subject only to whatever system of law has been agreed upon by members of the flotilla, if any.
Look at these clouds now that cover Lawville. So what's Bezos supporting? Federal legalization in US. Federal legalization of what? See, where the fuck is Lawville? This is crazy talk. There we go. Quick ping and we get a heading. The Bunyu. Well, you know, we say like tube instead of tube. And yeah, Bunyu instead of Banu. And because I'm using an Australian accent in my TTS engine in Prophet Voice, you know, it says it as we would. Bunyu. It's cool now to see ships all over the place in Lawville as people are landing on pads and sightseeing and checking things out. But we can see the Sphinx on the left there. There's the Sphinx. There's the spaceport up in front of us. A big square right there in the middle. Cannabis. Yeah, right. Just had to let that one rip. I'll just let chat know. Look at it get smoggier and smoggier. We're going from the white clouds at the top down into this layer of smog. This is intense, man. With the height of some of these buildings now, you could easily crash into stuff. Marcion! Marcion! This now looks like a properly polluted city, right? Show me a landing view.
Certainly, Commander.
Look at that just crisscrossing of things, the metro lines, all the canals, the trenches, the bridges. There's the spaceport just off to our starboard. Amazing. Big Cotton got their hands on MJ and hemp. It was their fault it got banned in the West. Yeah. Hemp is an amazing material. Get back in the cockpit.
Acknowledged.
Deploy the landing gear. Contact landing
Yes, Commander.
services.
Landing gear is being deployed. Contact submitted. Stand by for confirmation.
Please proceed to assigned landing.
This is so cool now. Feels like a proper city. I don't know how many times I'm going to say that before it just becomes old news, right? Yeah, we really should be growing hemp here in Australia. It doesn't require anywhere near as much water, and it's far more useful. That sounds like some trolleys getting ready to attack us. Lawville looks outstanding. Yeah, it's amazing, man. It looks so good now. So much more dollars to be made in the cannabis industry, though. Yeah, it's incredible, man. You know, not only from what I understand in the US has it had a significant influence on the black market and, you know, the health and other, you know, the health implications associated with smoking. But, you know, it's had a massive boon for the economy as well, right? And, you know, it's far from being a harmful drug. Obviously, anything that you smoke isn't going to be good for you. And any sort of, you know, drug, whether it's, you know, pharmaceutical or not, is going to have an influence or an effect on you. But it's far from being, you know, hazardous. I know lots of people who have ended up with liver issues and stuff from drinking. And, you know, I know people who have ended up with, you know, lung issues from smoking. Yeah, it's an interesting debate, right? That's, you know, polluted by, you know, decades of corporate, you know, meddling. You know, it's been smoked in India, ganja, for years by guru sabas and stuff, and, you know, religious people, and we don't need to store the ship. Let's go. Other ways to partake without smoking. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know, the extraction of the cannabinoids and stuff, and edibles, and we did grow hemp here. Quite a few farms grow it now. Hi, by the way, says BJ. Hi, BJ. How are you? Yeah, I know it's it's certainly grown here, but, you know, I think there could be a much larger industry, especially in the sort of the, you know, the northern western regions of Victoria, where, you know, we just have really limited supplies of water. I'm a grower and I make a lot of edibles with trim. Amazing. Do you guys know each other, IRL? Yeah, we'll see. Our state premier here, Daniel Andrews, who just seems to win every election and just seems to have been around for 400 years. You know, he's done a lot of great stuff for our state, but, you know, like every politician, you know, there's good reasons to bag him and there's good reasons to love him. He has mentioned that he's interested in exploring the potential to have marijuana legalized in Victoria. So we'll see. Having said that, you know, they've just banned vaping, right? But I think that's on a federal level.
Now arriving, Metro Center. Please watch your step when disembarking.
Oh, what's that about? There's always a good reason to panic on trains when things start to appear inside them. I've been killed more than a few times here at Lawville on the trains. Just randomly things glitching inside the train and then, you know, bang, I'm dead. All right, let's go to God damn it.
Transfers to the perimeter, spaceport, and industry lines.
I don't think there's a train from here to the business district. Let's go check the map. Our underground map. So we were at the spaceport and we went to the metro center. We need to go back to the spaceport to get to Central. Okay, we can do that. And I need to find out at some stage, you know, the city limits here, the perimeter lines, right? These lead out to garages for ground vehicles. But I don't know where they are. We're going to have to go to one of these places, spawn a ground vehicle, or to go over there and die, so we can get a body marker, so we can find out whereabouts in the city these locations are. Kind of like the landing zone at the Commons up at New Babbage is easily identifiable by the 4 domes. What are they? You know, what are the landmarks here at Lawville that help us identify those perimeter city gates, or the city perimeter gates? Hemp is the first step, BJ. Yeah. Yeah.
stop, TISA Spaceport.
Yeah, sadly, we're just so far behind here in Australia with everything. Oh, God, that's scary. Just going to move over a little bit. Actually, I don't want to... There's no safe place in this tram. Forget about it, Crouch.
Now arriving. TISA
Yeah, we're just so
Spaceport.
far behind
Watch
everything,
your
and we
step
just,
when
you know,
disembarking the train.
our governments quickly dismiss
Passing or attempting
research
to
that's done elsewhere because, you know, it's done elsewhere. And then we take decades to get anything done.
Platform edge when train is approaching.
All right, this is the way. This is the way. All right, so we'll go up to the Hurston Dynamics here and see if what they'll offer us for some badges. It is, but while the boys' club runs the country, it won't change. Yeah, exactly.
Next stop, Central Station.
They like to give you the impression that they're doing things, but nothing happens. Everything happens slowly. And even when the research is there, quite often by, you know, European countries and stuff, multiple different universities, multiple different research institutions, that the data is already there. Nope. Nope. We need to do our own research. Oh, according to this association, this is bad. Or according to this company, this is bad. A bit like the UK then. Ah, fuck. Well, Australia and the UK are clones, right? We're a hybrid of the UK and the US.
Now arriving.
That likes to think we do our own things
Please watch your step when
by
disembarking the
procrastinating.
train.
The amount of, you know, national inquiries and, you know, what are they called? Fucking, any time a decision needs to be made on anything that nobody's got the balls to actually make a decision about. This is not what we discuss at After Dark. I'm not a political person. I don't follow it. I'm the least qualified to make any sort of, you know, commentary on political situations. The US will pave the way. We'll see if it doesn't implode. All right, what are these guys going to offer us? This is not the way to the weapon shop. That is the way to the TDD. This is the way to the weapon shop. Is it? Where the hell is the weapon shop? Here. Yeah, cool. It's on the other side. Look at the size of some of these guns, right? How are we supposed to loot these things? We need vehicles to loot those. Which they spoke about in the Inside Star Citizen on Friday. Alright, sell from Mikutur. What are you going to offer us? 1.5. New Babbage offered us 2.9. All the Lagranges we've been to have offered us 2.8 for the M3As. The badges they'll buy for the same price as everybody else, 1.8. Lorville, 1.8. And 1.5 for the M3As. So these are manufactured by Bering. And these are manufactured by Clausen Werner. Well, there we go. That's why we're hunting around, right? Don't sell bearing weapons at Hurston Dynamics. They don't look upon it kindly. Our conversations lead to weird places sometimes. Well, they do. That's why I love this. If the NPCs can't get any personal money out of it, they won't do it. Well, that's what it seems like, right? You know, sometimes an apple looks like an apple because it's an apple. Lots of dollars to go around. Mm-hmm. As long as people are making their cut, right? What does it matter about the people? Alright, let's get out of here. So, where's next? Wow, this has taken ages. We're getting close to 3 hours, but I guess that's what happens when you're traveling around Stanton, you know, just checking terminal prices, right? It would be wonderful if there was a more in-depth in-game mechanic for, you know, looking up the prices of things. And that's going to be required, right? When the economy is more dynamic and it's changing. Tony Z apparently is coming into Inside Star Citizen next Friday, so it'd be interesting to see what he's got to say from his fucking hidden box of magic. We're going to need a better method to be able to understand the economy. What's buying where, what's selling where, you know, that sort of stuff, so that we can make an informed decision about trade. Do they sell those weapons there? No, they only sell weapons manufactured by Hearst Dynamics. All the different types of attrition weapons and stuff. Yeah, again, I don't know much, and I'm sure we could look up probably on that C.store, C-Stone website, cstone.com or whatever it was, Cornerstone. Seems to have a, you know, really good in-depth understanding of the game's, you know, items.
Trespassing or attempting to trespass on train tracks is a serious.
So maybe instead of being a stubborn bastard and saying I want to spend 4 hours floating around the verse checking prices on terminals, I should probably just use one of the websites, right? Because I'll forget all of this, you know, 5 minutes after the stream. I have a terrible memory, you know, medically diagnosed memory issues. So doing all this stuff is mildly irrelevant because, you know, an hour after the stream I won't remember any of it. What are we doing? Oh, we're getting in our ship, that's right. Hang on, 6. The US can be progressive sometimes, other times very regressive. Hangar 6. Chris 10 has joined us. 07, how are you, my friend? Hope you've had a wonderful Friday. Hope you're well, it's Saturday! Hope you're enjoying your evening. Come on, doors. Hangar 6. Okay. We've got... Let's go down to Area 18. I'm really keen to see the prices there for both of these weapons. Wish I had an M5A with me. Maybe I can just buy an M5A there and try and sell it. That might be a good idea. We'll see if they offer us 10k for the weapon that I buy from them. If I can buy it and sell it back to them. Just for science, right? Cold outside, 4 degrees. Ooh, what are you doing outside? Come inside, mate. It's warm in here. Oh my god! We're tripping over all the weapons on the ground. At least it can recognize this one that's glitched into the wall, right? Which hopefully means when we sell it eventually, it'll disappear. Seven degrees here in the Melbourne suburbs. I'm really thinking about organising a Melbourne Bar Citizen. Again, you know, when I get into things I get carried away, which is obviously clearly evident. The fact that I spend, you know, 20 plus hours a week streaming Star Citizen. It takes a long time, right? It's a lot of effort. Physically, mentally, emotionally. Oh, but I love it. Yes, I'm thinking about organising a Melbourne Bar Citizen. I did have a look on. There's an Australian Bar Citizen Discord group which just doesn't seem to be active at all. And the guy who was organising it, I think it's got burnt out. All right, let's roll the ollie. Activate cruise control. Ooh, I should join up with Dead Sea tomorrow. Who's Dead Sea tomorrow? And do Jump Town if I wake up on time. 70 degrees Fahrenheit at 90 and at 9 a.m. Wow, that's warm. What's Dead Sea, Meta? Right, where are we going? Coming down through this way. Do we need to go to her L5? We do. We're going to complete a full lap of Stanton. Dead is an American streamer. Okay. Is he called Dead Sea, is he? Early start, Metaphysical Bravo, thinking about it too. Does he have like a community event going on? I should check him out. Are we actually moving? We're not. We're just sitting there, floating above the spaceport, ready to get crashed into. Let's have a look. How do we search for streamers? Dead Sea simulation adventure game. 5 more channel. Dead Space. Dead Meat. We're dead. Dead Set. That looks like Russian or something. Org v Org for Jumptown. Okay, right. They often have very good conversations about Star Citizen 2. Where are they streaming? And I'm assuming they're on Twitch, right? Yeah, I'm finding more and more channels on Twitch to follow. So that after my ridiculousness is over, I can go watch a real streamer. Hot boy! And I must remember, I've finished up a couple of streams now with 4 or 5 viewers over on Twitch. But I should use that raid function, right, to send them over. They stream on YouTube. Okay, let's go have a look on the old tube. My home since 2006. Wonder what just a search for Dead Sea is going to bring up. A whole bunch of documentaries and stuff, I'm sure. Dead Sea Guardians. The Dead Sea is dying. Okay, so let's do a search for Dead Sea. Star Citizen. Here we go, Dead Sea. Let's go subscribe. Oh boy! Alright, sweet. Thank you for that, guys. We'll go check out their content. Close Yosi. Let's close that on Twitch. Alright, so we've got all of our locations. Oh, I didn't realize this was going to take this long. 3 hours. We're going to spend 4 hours doing a full loop of Stanton, going to every place. And there's not that many. 1, 2, 3. Hang on, there's numbers there. 11. 4 landing zones and 7 Lagrange points. They stream on YouTube. About to pick up 14 more subs. Who is? What is? Ah, those guys. Oh yeah, we've got 14 watching on YouTube right now. Chris says I'm too old to work out Twitch. Well, you know, I've you know, just gone Twitch in the past, but you know, the more I'm spending time there, I think, you know, from a creator's perspective and from a streamer's perspective, I think when I hit that 50 point, it unlocks a whole bunch of other sort of affiliate related stuff. But I totally get now the attraction. I think I'm understanding channel points, which you get for just for watching and interacting with the stream and stuff, and then, you know, the bits and stuff that you can buy to donate to streamers. Not like everything, you know, if you don't understand it, it's very easy to go, But if you spend a little bit of time, you know, I'm still a little bit You know, I'm not really sure on Twitch. But it has a whole bunch of interactions with other systems that would be good for my stream, which is obviously why people stream there. You know, the whole panic meter and stuff that people can interact with in chat to make different things happen on the stream. We just can't do that on YouTube outside of being super creative with stream elements and OBS and, you know, multiple scenes and all that sort of stuff. Twitch just seems to natively support shenanigans. Dead Sea, I think, have a look at the tank battle we did. Amazing. Yeah, I'm going to check it out, man. Well, like I said before, I got a massive problem with this game because after I finish my streams, it doesn't matter how long it is. Like when we did that 14 hours Discord the other week, you know, 3 weeks or so ago, whatever, I really should have gone to bed, right? Or had at least a nap. But no, jumped onto YouTube to check out other content and stuff. And so I'm sure after this stream, I'll jump over there and go pop up some more of their stuff on, or some of their stuff on, while I do some more investigations and napping about here in the PTU. But I appreciate everyone spending a ridiculous amount of time with me as we fly around in Quantum, looking up prices of guns on ship terminals. Oh boy. Doesn't Twitch take 50% of all money earned by streamers? No, I think they take 50% of the ad revenue. Yeah, I don't know. I know that as an affiliate you get 50-50. Maybe they do. And as a partner you get 70%, they get 30%. But any tips that that people drop in, like my Stream Snack Support Fund, for example, that goes through Stream Elements and straight through PayPal, and you know, outside of PayPal taking their fees from it, you get the whole thing. But yes, if you use, I think, the platform specific you know, things on Twitch, then yeah, they take a 50% cut. And to unlock that here on YouTube, you know, I'll never reach that. You know, the views isn't a problem because I stream a stupid amount of hours every week. But, you know, I doubt I'll ever hit the 1,000 subscribers on this channel, simply because I don't make video content to, you know, unlock the monetization and, you know, enable the channel memberships, which is kind of like subscribing on Twitch, right? You know, you pay a monthly fee, which, you know, I get to decide on what levels they are and how much they are, and YouTube takes a cut of that, and I don't know what that cut is. I don't think you can see that information until your channel's eligible to be monetized. But I don't think it's as brutal as Twitch's 50%. And I don't really want to be creating videos. It's a lot of work. There's a lot of people already doing it. I don't, what is my value add, right? What am I adding to the conversation by editing and producing videos? They take a long time to make. I've done that on multiple different channels, and it's just, oh God, we're very close. We're very close. It's just another thing that takes time to do, right? Let's just land here. They've assigned us a hangar, but we'll ignore that. You play World of Tanks? I do not. Oh, well, I have it installed, and every now and then I log in and play. But I think most of my time is spent, you know, playing against bots, because I'm very low level, and I think that most of the low level stuff is populated by bots. And so I constantly smash everybody, and I'm always at the top of the leaderboard, and I'm like, this is not a normal experience for me. And then I noticed somebody, you know, I was looking it up and stuff, and someone was like, oh yeah, all the low-level newbie stuff is generally you're playing against bots. PTU? Oh, BJ says me. Oh, you're talking to BJ. Fair enough. I'll just get back on with what I'm doing. PTU. Me? No, I never got into World of Tanks, says BJ. So Skeet Skeet says there's no bots in World of Tanks. Well, I don't normally appear at the top of the leaderboard in any games I play, but, you know, I was playing World of Tanks the other day, and I did, you know, 7 or 8 rounds or whatever. And I just fucking smashed everybody, you know. If 4 or 5, you know, I was killing pretty much everybody on the other team. Like if there were 7 of us playing, I'd kill 5 of them. And that doesn't normally happen. And if those people are if those other tanks are other players, and they're just getting shot in the ass and doing nothing about it, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's fun. I enjoy it. I enjoy it. But yeah, I typically don't really play very many other games. I need to get back into Hogwarts Legacy, though. I did grab that because, you know, both Charlotte and I are massive, you know, Harry Potter nerds. We're overdue, actually, to put on some Harry Potter. Normally we watch at least 2 of the Harry Potter films a week. But I don't think we've watched any of them recently. In recent weeks. Metaphysical plays World of Warships. I've heard that's another really interesting game. I'm at level 6 British cruiser. Saving up my experience for a level 7 cruiser. Havoc! Havoc! Oh boy! I have my Havoc jerseys upstairs, actually. Okay. Whereabouts are we? Quickly check the star map. I'm just losing track of what's going on. It's just RL5. Okay. Yeah, see, we're still close to Lawville, and they're like, no, we're not going to give you money for those M5s. World of pay to win. Yeah, well, you know, I saw all that sort of stuff. You know, there's all the packages and stuff that you can buy, and so the repeaters here are also 1.8. That seems to be standard across the board. Although at New Babbage we're getting 2.8, and the the cannons 1.5, whereas they're 2.8 everywhere else, and 2.9 at New Babbage. Warships is a bit more forgiving, meaning you don't die as fast. Yeah, I played World of Tanks years ago. Never really got into it. You know, I'm not a big min-maxing person. It's just too much information for me to process, right? Which is why I like Star Citizen. It's pretty much, you know, it's just you, right? You know, you are the skill. There's not a lot to figure out or understand. Where are we? We're on pad 3.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
You get better at the game by playing it and understanding
Please
things.
visit us again.
Which is why I'm doing this ridiculousness, which I'm going to forget an hour after I've done it all. But at least, you know, I've got that matrix up there. This is not where we're going. Where the hell did we just go? Hangar 3. We want to go to pad 3. Pay to win? I just collect the daily giveaways. That pays for all my ships. 100 doubloons at a time. You need 300 doubloons to buy a ship. Yeah, any of those games like that, you know, I never really buy anything in games. If they've got free giveaways and stuff, then I do that. You know, Star Citizen is the only game that, you know, I've spent a lot of money on. I'll spend more money on this game too. You know, I mentioned this in one of my streams before. If I equate the amount of hours that I've played to Star Citizen, and I've enjoyed every single one of them, I think I could count on one hand in, you know, how many, you know, let's just say 1,500 hours. It's way more than that, but let's just say that. I could count on one hand how many times I've rage quitted from this game. So if I equate the amount of hours that I've spent playing this game to, you know, what I used to pay for when I was a kid to play games at the arcade and stuff like that, you know, it's nothing. Arc L5 is out this way. So the only place around Arc Corp that's going to buy weapons from me is Area 18. Let's go there. I'm really interested to see the prices here. Let's go. Some do pay to win, but you don't have to. You can't buy anything above tier 8 though. I spent enough on Star Citizen, but I have spent more on Rise of Flight and it's a I2 or LI2 Battle of Stalingrad. Why are there 2 quantum markers? Oh, one's for the hangar. Sorry, fellas. Activate the quantum drive. Let's bounce. Atreyu.
Standing by to assist you.
Activate the quantum drive.
Certainly, Commander. QD activated.
I own every single plane in Rise of Flight, and I got them when they were on special, but I must have spent a good 200 to 300. IL2. Engage.
Hold fast, sir. Engaging quantum drive.
Well, Forrest has joined us on YouTube. How are you, my friend? I hope you're keeping well. Randomly stumbled across this stream. The game looks pretty interesting. Well, thank you for stumbling in. My name is Viv, aka Crouch. You're watching After Dark. I stream here on YouTube and over on Twitch. Although Twitch is kind of like the nasty little child that you wish you didn't have, but you're trying to take care of. Maybe one day it'll grow into a beautiful flower. But I stream 4 days a week, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Fridays I spend with my Discord community. If you want to go check that out, there's a link in the description. But welcome, this is Star Citizen. It is a game that has been in development for a long, long time and will be in development for much, much, much longer. But I absolutely love it, and that's part of the reason why I stream it. It is the only game I stream. It is pretty much the only game I play. We've been having a good discussion here about different types of games. World of Warcraft. World of Tanks. Tonight's a very unusual stream. We're doing a little bit of science in the PTU, which is the Persistent Test Universe. There's a new patch coming out to the live services in a couple of weeks, and so we're in... I have access to the Persistent Test Universe, which will be accessible to everybody in when it hits Wave 3 sometime next week. And so I'm just flying around doing some science. There's been a whole bunch of new additions to the game. We're in our ship here at the moment. This is the Drake Cutter. And we've nabbed ourselves a whole bunch of weapons from a salvage claim that we bought earlier in the evening. And so my cargo hold at the back here is littered with guns, which I've pinched from those ships. Various cannons and stuff. And so we're flying around the universe looking for the best price where we can sell these weapons. It's been a 3-hour and 13-minute adventure, just traveling to all the destinations that buy ship weapons. And, trying to find out information that I'm sure I could find if I did a 5-minute Google search. But instead, I'd rather spend the time here with my wonderful community in chat and float around in my boat here, checking things out. So welcome. Thank you for joining us. That's what happened to me, but an Ollie 43 video. Is that... Hang on, wait a minute. How did you find your way here, Skeet Skeet? You came from Starstreams, right? You can walk around your ship in hyperdrive? Yeah, that's super cool. We can do anything. We can go use the bathroom if we need to. And at some stage, I'm sure we'll have to. Yeah, we're completely free to do whatever we want. We're going to take off, we're going to land. Where is the bathroom? Let's go in here. Oh, I've got a pop-up toilet in here, don't I? I don't even have a toilet. I've just got to squat on the floor. This is Drake for you. This is how Drake manufacture their ships. Just do your business on the floor and waffle stomp it. My wife had never heard the expression waffle stomping. Why are we talking about this? How did we get to this point? Found you on Starstreams, but not Star Citizen. Okay. You can play as multiple people on one ship? Yeah, of course. We can fit as many people on this ship as we can fit. We can carry them around in our boat. Oh yeah, we get full control of everything. And if they were in there, we'd see them in the cockpit here. I get full control of my camera. You can even see my ship's HUD. If I zoom out a little bit, you can see the HUD. See the hologram? How amazing is that? Yeah, if we had more players. So Friday nights I spend with my Discord and we get up to all sorts of shenanigans and, you know, big multi-crew ships. This is a very small ship that I have, but we know I've got lots of big ones, and Discord has lots of big ships and stuff, and, you know, multiplayer gameplay and people in turrets and people controlling missiles and, you know, or just running around mining, harvesting, you know, raiding bunkers and looting armor and stuff. And so we're flying down to this place here, Area 18. We'll do a quick little short jump around the planet because it's actual size, right? So it's, you know, not a replica of the universe, but it, you know, it is 1/1 scale in kilometers. So we need a short quantum jump into here to fly into this city, which we're about to fly into, which has, in this PTU, in this test build, been given a whole bunch of new atmospheric cloud layering, which makes the whole place look, you know, amazing. Let's jump outside and fly in third person. Actually, let's quickly do this. We'll jump out of here. We'll reset this view. We'll drop the camera down a little bit. That looks fairly straight to me. We'll go straight through the ship's butt and out the front, which gets rid of all of the HUD. And we'll save that. Bear with me for a second while I quickly look up my voice attack. And we'll just check out, because I'll save this view. So each ship you can save up to 9 custom views for, and each ship has its own view. So this ship is the Drake Cutter. So I'm going to save this view here. Let's go down to views. Let's Fly Atmospheric is view number 5. Atreyu.
Standing by to assist you, Commander.
Tell me something interesting.
I'm connecting to the Galactopedia, sir, and looking for articles.
Xenoarchaeology is the study of alien culture and history through the excavation of ancient sites and the analysis of physical materials. A human xenoarchaeologist, for example, may specialize in Haitian artifacts, whereas a Aegean xenoarchaeologist may be an expert in excavating ancient human pottery. Xenoarchaeology is mainly concerned with recovering knowledge of prehistory, especially of extinct alien civilizations. It draws upon multiple disciplines and requires years of study, mentorship, and practice.
Get back in the cockpit.
Acknowledged.
These clouds have totally confused me when it comes to landing here at Area 18. Because we don't get an easy view of the spaceport anymore. Maybe I'm flying over the top of it. You know, thousands of hours playing this game, and Area 18 was my home for a long time. I'm pretty sure it's ahead of us up here. There are orgs for it. You can fill ships with people. It seems really cool. I'd love to play as a space merchant or something with friends. Yeah, totally. You can raid everything, collect it. You can be a loot goblin like I am. Stash it all in various places around Stanton. You got to have a pretty good PC to run it though. Yeah, it is a, you know, it's a bit of a beast. I definitely can't afford that. Yeah. The game actually, the actual game costing me $45 to get into. Yeah, $45 US is the basic starter package, and everything else you can buy in game. And if you want to spend money, you can buy almost every ship in game with credits you make. Yeah, keep an eye on it, man. It's an interesting game. It's still very much in development. So you've got a while before it comes out. You know, there's a lot of glitches, there's a lot of bugs, there's a lot of problems with this game. I'm pretty sure that's the spaceport over there. There's a lot of problems with it, but you can also have a hell of a amount of fun. And if you just want to fly around, you know, there's no loading screens, there's nothing. You know, we've just literally flown from a space station. We entered Quantum, we got up, we walked around. We've flown down onto this planet here. This whole entire planet is covered in a city. We can fly around the whole planet using main thrusters and look at everything. And we're going to land here at this spaceport. Let's turn that quantum drive off. We don't need that on. And we're going to get out of our ship. We're going to go walk around the spaceport. We're going to go find ourselves a shop where we can find out how much they're going to give us for the guns that we've got on board. Or you can see if your PC can run it during the free flight. Yeah, there's a free flight coming up. So a couple times a year, CIG, the Cloud Imperium Games who developed this game, they run free fly events. And so starting on May 19th, there's an event called Invictus Launch Week, which is a military ship show where they've got a pavilion set up here. Actually, Area 18, there's a big convention center, and they'll have a whole bunch of the military ships, and they change every 2 days. And they'll have a free fly event, so you can log in and download the game, create an account, log in, and play for nothing. And check it out. You can rent all those ships. They'll give you a bunch of ships to fly during the free fly. Or you can go to the convention hall, catch one of the trains over to the convention hall, and go check out all the big military ships. You can rent them all for free, and see if your PC can run it. Deploy the landing gear.
Landing gear being
I use a piece of software called Voice Attack, which just translates, my voice commands into keyboard shortcuts. So instead of pressing the N key to deploy my landing gear, I just tell Voice Attack, and that voice that you can hear is just me napping about in Audacity, reading back commands. Every time Voice Attack recognizes a command. My ship's AI, Atreyu. Tell me a joke, Atreyu. Atreyu.
Standing by to assist you, Commander.
You are not. He is the biggest pain in the ass. Tell me a joke. Atreyu.
Standing by to assist you, Commander.
Tell me a joke.
I'm afraid for the calendar.
I don't know why I have to shout at him.
Days are numbered.
Days are numbered. You're an idiot, Atreyu. It looks super detailed. It is a wonderful, aesthetically beautiful game. A lot of these games lack actual places that look like they have civilization. Well, this game is very much one of those games. It's still very much working on. A lot of the core tech is still being built. The NPCs that you see around the place are pretty janky. But it's a game like no other, and it has a massively open development. You can follow, the roadmap, the dev tracker, everything on the Robert Space Industries website. Every Friday they have a 1 hour live session with their developers called Inside Star Citizen, where they sit down and they interview the developers, talk about new features and stuff that they're working on. They also have another program called that's Star Citizen Live, SCL. And then Inside Star Citizen is a quick edited, normally they're around 20 minutes or so, video. We're not going to store the ship. So, I have to go everywhere manually. We got to run through this spaceport. Right now, there's 2 conventions being set up. This one for Drake, which is one of the manufacturers. They have their own event called Defense Con because they don't come to Invictus Week, which is run by the UEE Navy for political reasons. So they've set up their own convention that runs after Invictus. You can see here Invictus is scheduled from May 19th to the 26th. All right, so we need to go to... Where are we going? We want to go to Center Mass, so we got to catch another train. We'll leave the ship on the pad because we're coming back. AI abuse. I'm fine with Jenks as well. Well, that's good because you're going to need it. They've added a new station here, so I always get confused now. This is going to the Arpcourt Plaza, which is where we're going, and this is going to the Berwick Center, right? Yeah, so this station used to go to the plaza, but this is where we want to go now, to the Arpcourt Plaza, Area 18 Central. You gotta wait for these trains. If you miss it, you gotta wait for the next one. You can't just click a button and go there. There's public transport, right? Let's take a seat while we're here. And I just love the complete control of the camera, including the depth of focus, the depth of the field of view, the depth. You can blur stuff in the background. So if I zoom into this guy's face here, let's take that helmet off. And we zoom in here, right? And I can change with this key here. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. Where are we? Am I pressing the right key? No, I'm not. Maybe I'm not pressing the right keys. I'll have to look up my keybinds, of which there's hundreds. I'm fine with jank. I just want something that isn't Fallout 76 at launch, if you get what I mean. Or the fact that this has been in development for 12 years, and Chris Roberts, you know, the big man at Cloud Imperium Games, they're self-publishing this game, so there's no publishers. He's said many times, I'm not going to release this game until I'm happy with it. And they've been spent 12 years. They've got 5 studios now around the world. They've built one of the best motion capture studios in Manchester, both for computer games and Hollywood. You know, has quite a lineage in the space game industry. You know, he's not going to release this game. This is his project. This is the game that he's always wanted to make. You know, it's been crowdfunded. He's beholden to nobody. How is the community? Do other players open fire on site a lot? Yeah, they do. You know, you'll have good interactions with some people, but you know, depends on where you are, what you're doing. You know, if you're at a known drug location or you're buying and selling drugs in a, you know, an area where, you know, that sort of activity is going on, then yeah, people shoot pretty quickly. But it varies depending on where you go. I wouldn't say it's like every other game. Like whenever I've played DayZ, it's been pretty much kill on sight instantly. Or if you see another player just running around. But look, it is in development, and so some people just take advantage of the fact that, you know, there really isn't too much consequence to what we do at the moment. So there is a little bit of that sort of nonsense that goes on. I wish it had an outside view of Tram like in the ship. Well, you can apparently glitch that camera view by being super close to one of the walls and then jumping at the same time. You can glitch outside the tram. You can glitch the camera outside the tram, and then you can look around the city as the tram's cruising around. There's one of the YouTubers who do it. You just blew your rock up, Rhino. The rock is a mining vessel, a mining vehicle for mining gems. Sounds perfect. I like the occasional bandit raid, but I don't want every encounter to get ganked. No, well, look, I've played thousands of hours of this game, and you know, I don't intentionally look for PvP, so I avoid. You know, I don't avoid it, but I don't go looking for it. And I've had a handful of interactions with other players. Most of my stuff is PvE, which, you know, I really enjoy. You know, some people look for PvP combat, and there's certainly places in the game where you can go specifically for PvP combat. You know, there's areas like Grimhex, which is, you know, a destroyed asteroid or a destroyed, you know, refinery location, which has been invaded by, you know, criminals. It's a lawless zone. There's no comlinks or satellites to monitor people's criminal activity, so you can go there and fight other players. And so if you go there, you're more likely to run into people who want to fight, right? So some streamers open on fire. Is Starstreams in the chat here? He's normally pretty nice. Sell from the Drake Cutter. Okay, so the prices aren't significantly different. In fact, they're exactly the same as New Babbage. That's mildly disappointing. I don't know if these prices are correct, but we'll put them into my matrix. Why do you want to behave like that? Let's go over here. So we're just floating around at the moment. We're just, you know, experimenting, you know, going to different terminals in different locations. I've got a bunch of weapons on board my ship, which is a new feature, being able to strip weapons and strip components off of wrecked vehicles that you find around the place and then take them to go sell them. So Area 18 is offering me 2.8 for the repeaters and 2.9 for the cannons. So that's the same price as New Babbage, right? Which is interesting because New Babbage only offered me 5.6. No, that was Orison, offered me 5.7 for an M5A cannon. Wish I had one of those in the hold. Being a scav is pretty cool. I'm a massive loot goblin, you know. You know, we haven't earned any money tonight, and I've been napping about for 3.5 hours, and I absolutely love it. You know, we're sciencing tonight. But otherwise, you know, there's lots to do, man. There's lots to do. First-person combat, ship combat, you know, exploration, mining, trading. A never-ending list of ships to buy. I think some of the ships cost a fortune. You can buy ships in real life with real life currency on the Robert Space Industries website, and some of them are outrageously expensive. Otherwise, you know, as Metaphysical said earlier in the chat, you can buy everything in game. Actually, while we're here, or actually, Lawville's a better place to look at a couple of ships. Where do we need to go next? Where are we? We're down at Arc Corp. So Arc L5 is the next place we want to go to. There's a little space station out here that buys ship weapons. So we want to go to here. That fills out that line. Then we'll go to Mick L3. And we'll go all the way up to Orison. And then we'll finish at Crew L5. God, we could get at least another hour. There's loads of different missions and stuff. There's tons of PvE bounty hunter stuff. Loads of different missions that we can do here. All different bounty hunter. Like, I haven't unlocked any of the certifications that you need to unlock the rest of the missions. This is the persistent test universe, so I don't have the same reputation. I don't think I have any reputation here at the moment with anybody. Oh, I do with the Civilian Defense Force, just a little bit as an applicant. But there's all sorts of missions. Then there's a personal tab where you can get into all sorts of illegal activity and, you know, go do missions that generally pay a lot more money. You know, illegal salvage jobs. This is a risky Drake Cutlass Black salvage job. You know, where other people might turn up. I've got to pay 10 grand to do this, but I got 30 minutes before security shows up, and then there could potentially be a fight with either players or AI or stuff. There's lots. People who say that the game is a scam just upset that they've spent thousands of dollars on this game and it hasn't been developed as quickly as they'd like it to, or they haven't played the game before, or people who say there's nothing to do in this game haven't played it for a long time. It's certainly a controversial game, but the rate of development at the moment is pretty good. I'm very happy with it. It's a polarizing game. I think, you know, some people love it, some people hate it. Some people who backed it years and years ago when the Kickstarter was running in 2013, or the Kickstarter ran in 2012, I think. It was supposed to release in 2014. That's when I bought the game. I spent a lot of money on it, bought a lot of big ships. And I didn't really start playing properly until last year. So welcome, Will, to After Dark. If you're interested, make sure you follow on YouTube. Click that subscribe button. Make sure you click the like button if you are enjoying the stream. And if you're not liking the stream, just click the like button now so I can see that little like number go up. And then at the end of the stream, just click the button again to unlike it. Best of both worlds. Alright, we gotta wait 16 more seconds for this damn tram. 12, 11, 10. Public transport. Here it comes.
Strong winds can arise suddenly.
Off we go. Back to the spaceport. It's a love-hate relationship. Yeah, it sure does. Trid says, "Oh, Trid, how are you? Welcome, mate. Thanks for tuning in on the old YouTube. I wish there were more science missions to do, but that comes with time. I'll just have to be content with those drone missions." Yeah, there's exploration gameplay definitely needs a little bit of attention. I don't think we'll see a lot of that until we get server meshing, at least dynamic server meshing towards the end of the year. Once we have dynamic server meshing, meshing, that really changes the game. That's the last major pillar. You know, we have full persistence now, so that's changed the game completely. We just need the dynamic server meshing. Static server meshing is due for the end of this year. But once we get dynamic server meshing, which will hopefully be sometime next year, depending on how things go for the rest of this year from a development perspective. And all of this you can follow on the RSI website. There's so much information about the development of this game. Every patch that comes out gives players new gameplay, expanded gameplay, and just more stuff. Yep, it's incredible. Is there anything like base building or buying places? Planned, but not currently yet. So at the moment, they've just done a major rework to one of the major cities called Lawville to bring it up to scratch with all of the other places like this place that we've just flown over and that we're just about to leave. We better make sure we put a helmet back on. Otherwise we will die in space. Armor. Let's stick that on. And so that update to Lawville 2.0, has scaled up all the buildings. It's really turned it into a proper city to get it ready for player habitation, because previously the previous iteration of the city was, the scale of it was completely wrong. The buildings were absolutely tiny. It would have been possible for us to fit players and people inside them. Where is my ship? It's on Hangar 3. So I reckon we'll see player habitation sometime next year. Again, that server meshing is really required to balance the load across servers, because the performance at times can be really bad. Like right now, if we bring up some server stats, the FPS, the server FPS, I'm getting 32 frames. The server FPS is hovering around 7, and there's 100 odd people online. It's maxed out at around that number, so it's not a true MMO at this stage. Yeah, so there's 97 people online of a potential 108 slots, and that number varies depending on how the server thinks it's performing. I've got global chat turned off because it's not nice to see on stream, and sometimes it can get a bit vitriolic. and the moderation tools that you'd expect in an MMO just aren't there. You can't mute people, you can't, it's none of that sort of stuff. Man, these weapons, you're gonna have to drag this back inside the ship. Let's get our tractor tool. Where is it? Stick that in the hand. Oh man, we need a ladder to climb on. I need to fix this bug where you can't use your tractor tool until you climb on a ladder. Because there's no ladders around here. Alright, let's just close the tail gate and hopefully it drops it back into the ship. There we go. Oh boy, the journey continues. So yes, there's a base building is something that they've been working on. There's so much development that happens in the background that takes such a long time that it seems like things are taking forever. But whilst those major components are working on, we keep getting little bite-sized chunks of content, which is nice. And so there's base building ships you can buy. Well, they're not for sale, but every now and then they have concept ships which cost a ridiculous amount of money, which is how they fund the game, right? And so there's base building ships and stuff. It's planned, yeah. It will come well also soon enough. There are going to be other systems besides Stanton. So yeah, right now we just have one system called Stanton. 4.0 will see the introduction of the Pyro system. So they do have plans. A lot of the tools that they've been using to develop the game, they've basically been rewriting their own engine, which is affectionately now known as the Star Engine. Whoa! Hello, my friend. It's very close. We had to have a collision with somebody, but that was close. That was another player coming into land. It's not normally that close. We got all this space around us. All this space. Let's reset our view. All this space. We can't see anything because of the clouds. Let me turn my clouds off. Options, graphics, volumetric clouds off. We got all this space around us, and we choose to fly off in the same direction. So we're going to gain a bit of altitude before we can make a hyper jump or a quantum jump. There are more important systems that need to be in place before we do base building. Yeah, exactly. It would be nice if we eventually could get racks that mount to the cargo grid to use for those weapons and the like, so they just aren't flopping on the floor. Yeah, well, they were talking about that on Star Citizen Live yesterday. That's normally every Friday. But they didn't really allude. They said they're aware of the issue and they're working on solutions to it. Some of that requires the new freight elevators and personal hangars. But they didn't tell us exactly how they intend to sort out the issue of cargo that's not boxed, just laying around ships. Whereabouts are we going to now? We want to go to Arkel 5. To the Yellow Core space station. Let's go! Set a route. Activate my quantum drive. Turn off cruise control. Let our quantum drive spool up. This has been really interesting. Look, thanks for the info. I'm going to head out. Hopefully I'll pop back at a later date to see how things are going. Thanks, Will. Appreciate it, mate. Don't forget to click that like button. Subscribe. 4 days a week. Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays. I'll see you next time, Will. Thanks, mate. All right, we're back in another huge, long quantum jump. Bye, ArcCorp. We are traveling how far? 28 million kilometers. That's a long way. Imagine, I wonder how long this would take to do under main thrusters. You could work it out, right? The ship's maximum speed is what, 1,029 meters a second? I'm sure there's been some mad groups that have done a whole bunch of main thruster navigation. In fact, that science group that's based in the EU, they're proper like astronomy people who mapped out in 317 all these weird scientific phenomena that should occur, and they spent 4 months under main thrusters flying to specific locations in Stanton. You know, teams of people, you know, making sure that the systems don't log off, or crazy stuff. Hopefully they do it again when we get, you know, a bit more stability. And I'd love to go on one of those tours. It costs 200,000 credits, in-game credits, which is a pitiful amount for an amazing actual scientific tour by actual space nerds. Incredible. Stream snack time. There are no stream snacks. We got no stream snacks. I runned out, and because I took a nap during the day, which I very rarely do, I was supposed to go to the markets today to pick up a whole bunch of new stuff, but I didn't. So there's no stream snacks. Sorry. We're going to go spend that money that's been contributed to the Stream Snack Support Fund at the market tomorrow. We're going to hit up there's a Korean grocery store. There's another Asian grocery store. It might just be generic. There's a Turkish store I want to go have a look at. Tim Tam Slam number 3. Well, we're going to be here for a bit. Like, normally streams are 4 hours, but it's Saturday night, right? And my in-laws are here. So I'm going to stream for a little bit. So I did just finish off the rest of my coffee. Charlotte's left me with 2 Tim Tams. How many have I had? 2. There was 10 in this packet. 12. I've had 2. There's 2 left. Oh, there's 11 biscuits. Anyway, there's not very many Tim Tams left. Oh boy! I kind of want one of these ships now. They are fast little buggers. It's super quick, man. And have a look at this. Have a look at this. We've flown all over Stanton. All over Stanton. And we haven't used any fuel. I haven't refueled once. And we have been all over this joint. Everywhere. Up to Microtech from Crusader, up to Microtech, all through here, down to ArcCorp. Now we're coming over to Arc L5. We've got to make a trip out to Mick L3. I've never been there because it's just so far from everywhere. Like one of our politicians would say, the arse end of the world. Then we're going to go back up to Crusader, and that's all we've used. Nerf the cutter! Boy! Sounds like you have a Tim Tam goblin taking all your treats. He's got that chocolate tooth. Like my wife, Mrs. Crouch, she's a massive savory person. She loves chips. Chips, chips, chips. Crisps. But Charlotte and I, just chocolate, chocolate, ice cream, chocolate. I swear I've got nothing in my mouth except, you know, sweet teeth. Yeah, I'm loving this little cutter. Just as a quick run around, you know, it's relatively small. Let's get back out. It's relatively small. It's nimble. You know, its thrusters transform under, you know, VTOL. It's not massively, you know, armed or armored, but as a runabout, as a daily runabout, you know, it's a nice little Winnebago. It's got a log out. It's got a bed for logging out. Oh, I got an award from Restream. 100 messages today with Restream chat. I have chicken chips right now. Apparently no chickens were harmed. Amazing. It's got a bed to log out. You know, it's got... Oh, look, here's our closet, right, for physicalized inventory. God, imagine when we have to actually carry jackets and put them inside this bloody thing. I hope that doesn't become too excessive, Mr. Roberts. But, you know, it can carry 4 SCU. It's, you know, 4 little slots here. It's not an amazing ship. Oh, they're stacked up. Oh, geez, here, 1 by 2 and 2 high. Little corridor here. Physicalized components, so we should be able to steal these from ships that are destroyed. Can fit a little STV in here. You know, one of the little buggies. So good for bunkers and stuff where you need to drive in. It's a wonderful little ship. And yeah, this one was from the holiday starter packages. Bam. And I think I picked it up for a game, this and a game package for $44, I think it was. Am I the only one considering beef jerky as sweets? I haven't had any jerky for ages. All right, we got some interesting things on the menu to try. We got some pretzels, jerky. There's a couple of sweet treats that we need to try in there. Some jerky with a maple glaze, sure. If you can make soup with it, it's not sweets. We need ships to not die so easily before physical inventory will get used more. Well, they spoke about that yesterday, actually, on Inside Star Citizen. They were saying, you know, we understand there's an issue with physicalized components causing damage to ships and moving things around, and they are aware of that. They want to schedule work on it. They need the physics guys to do some work. Some precursor sort of stuff, some dependencies involved there. But that level of physicalization, you know, won't happen for a long time. We've got to spool the quantum drive on these Lagrange points because they're a bit knacked for some reason. Arc L5. All right, let's enter this. Go. And we'll quickly tab out of there. We'll go to Arc L5 on our matrix. I'm going to have to continue this with... I'm going to actually have to do some of the salvage missions to unlock other salvage missions. And... oh man, we should have bought a gun when we were at Area 18. An M5. An M5A, so we could have bought one from them and then sold it back to them. Where the hell is the station? There it is. That's all right. My sweets must have some salt and spices in them. Man, I just... candy, chocolate. Love chocolate dipped bacon though. What is that about? Yeah, I'm looking forward to going to the Indian grocery store tomorrow. Speaking of some salt and spices in your treats, I'm going to pick up some nice stuff from those guys. The hell is this? I've never been here before. Look at this station. It's double rings. Alright, let's just drop down on one of these pads here. Oh god, we're gonna crash. We're totally gonna crash. Oh god! My approaches to these stations are not fantastic. Deploy the landing gear.
Landing gear being deployed for touchdown, Commander.
This is a cool station, isn't it? I've never seen one this big before. It's not really something you can buy. It's handmade. Well, bacon and chocolate. I love them both. Maybe I'll do a sneaky rogue trip out tonight and buy a bunch of bacon and eggs. Whenever we're in Adelaide visiting my in-laws who are here at the moment, Mrs. Crouch's dad normally cooks up some, like a bacon and eggs breakfast on the barbecue, which always tastes different than when you cook it in a pan on the stove. So maybe I'll do a sneaky trip out. What's open? What's the time? Oh, Jesus, it's almost 1. And buy a bunch of bacon and eggs and do a sneaky cook up. You don't think you've ever been to this one before? No, well, this is getting all the way down to the bottom of the map, right? And I've never... The bottom of the map. I've certainly never been to Mick L3. And I don't think I've ever been to Arc L5. Normally, if I'm jumping across this way, I'll come through Crew L4 to refuel if I need to. But in the cutter, I don't think we're ever going to have to... We could fly around Santon 5 times, I reckon. I do wish those pads were a little bigger. Last time I tried to land the Reclaimer on some station pads, it didn't really fit. Well, the Reclaimer is a massive ship, yeah. Never mind, I just searched Amazon. Muddy Pigs. Muddy Pigs, is that chocolate-dipped bacon? You can go to a 24-hour Coles. I think maybe... I don't think I have a 24-hour Coles near me anymore. That's something you want to put in your mouth. Muddy Pigs! Alright, let's go! Still got 4 places to go to. Holy crumptaculations. This is a bit of a maze, isn't it? Okay, there's... It's down here. This place is big! Are these the hubs down here? Shops down... This place is huge! Yeah, here's the hubs. Bloody Chinese shop that won't sell us any noodles. 2.5 kilometers from the ship. It's crazy. Alright, let's go up to the Galleria. They have ones called oinks that have bacon and potato crisps in chocolate. Oh man, food is incredible. And all these ridiculous snacks like this, I'm sure they can't be healthy for us, but you know. Here we go, the anonymous gun store. Price is going to be the same. Of course they are. $1.8 for the repeaters and 2.8. So everywhere at the moment, New Babbage and Area 18 have the best prices for these weapons. The repeaters are selling at both New Babbage and Area 18 for 2.8 and the cannons for 2.9. Lawville and her L5 only paying 1.5 for the cannons. Everywhere else is 2.8. They're not interested in the junk that we've got at Lawville. Choc bacon crunch caramel popcorn. Holy crap. Do you know where to find the turtles? I want to borrow one for the dash on my ship. Yeah, well, apparently they're at one of the noodle stands in Area 18. So one in here. Turtle. Oh boy. Let's get out of here. I'm going to go quickly brew me up some coffee. We'll slam another Tim Tam and we'll continue our science adventure. We're almost about to hit our stream limit here, but I think we're going to have to go overtime a little bit. to finish this ridiculous mission. This is so totally pointless. Well, it's not pointless. Now that I know that I can go to New Babbage and Area 18 and I get the same price for ship weapons. I wish I had some more weapons. Oh, weapons to test things with. Maybe we'll do that later on. I didn't realize... Here, let's open up the contract manager. That the salvage contracts, they don't unlock the rest of the contracts, right, until you complete one. So it sort of really limited the options on the ship weapons that I could get. Mikhail 4. Crew L4, Crusader 1, 2, 3. 4 is on the left. It's up the top, right? Crew L4 is down here. Let's grab this 350R. Alright, let's go. Pad 1. Because that ship has some M5As on it. Which is kind of a little late now that we've just done this whole run around. But at least we've got a couple of other places we can compare the prices to. Where the hell are the terminals here? I guess Lawville has standards. They do. It's called the Hurston standard. If it's not made by the Hurstons, they don't want anything to do with it. This place is huge. Add 1. It's not surprising. The station is massive. From the outside, Pad 1. Science is never pointless. No, well, that's true. We are discovering. And see, I know that at Orison, I've got one piece of data here that will help everything else. Will fill out this matrix. I know at Orison the M5A sells for 5.7k, and I know at Area 18 it sells for 10k. At Area 18, the repeater sells for 2.8, and the cannon, the M3A, sells for 2.9. So I can reasonably assume at New Babbage, which also pays me 2.8 for the repeater and 2.9 for the M3A cannon, will pay me 10k for an M5A cannon. And the fact that Orison, which I don't have data for the guns we've got on board at the moment, pays me 5.7 for the cannon. This is sounding like that one, you know, that meme that goes around from Always Sunny in Philadelphia where whatever his name is fully crazy, the ties on, there's strings and data and everywhere. Oh boy. So I think once we get to Orison, if I can get this M5A from the 350R, it'll fill out the rest of this matrix and at least give me something that I can extrapolate data for other weapons from and do more science later. I do, you know, the stability of items seems to be better. Normally, like when you move around these things, they get all janky, right? Like in guns in bunkers and stuff, you can kick all over the place. Right, let's go. Where are we going? We're going to go track down this mission. Lawville is a very particular beast, and I love the uniforms that the guards at Hurston Dynamics wear. Yeah, it's incredible. I love Hurston. I really, really love it. The fact that you can't buy weapons and stuff there is kind of a moot point for me, because there's just so many other places you can go to do that. And, you know, obviously I've just spent 4 hours flying around the whole bloody system. You know, I'm not in any hurry, right? If I want weapons, then I'll just go somewhere else and get the weapons. It's not like I need to be ready to go in 5 minutes. You know, I'm not that sort of player, and Star Citizen's not that sort of game. All right, let's go do this mission. Well, just go to the waypoint and grab the guns. This is when I clip a remote turret and blow up. Don't say it. Quantum drive is 100% spooled. Let's go. All right, I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to go get my coffee machine cooking. I'll be back shortly. All right. Thank you for your patience. We are there. And thank God cruise control wasn't on. Tammany and Sons, when it works, is still a good store. And if you want firearms, a quick hop to her L2 will solve that problem. Yeah, exactly. Damn, cruise control wasn't on. Even if it was, I don't think we would have had a problem. I don't think we wouldn't have had it, because we haven't jumped to the station yet. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Do we need to do the whole thing? Or can I just have my Tim Tam Slam? I think I broke the Tim Tam. We might need to use the last one too. Oh, I need this right now. Oh boy. I must find a better way to do this. And then get this mess all over me every time. Alright. Let's go. Spool up this quantum drive. We'll go check. Oh, hang on, what the hell are we doing here? Oh, that's right, we're salvaging this claim. If it's still there to salvage, right? Somebody else may have pinched it from under me. All right, where is our claim? "53 kilometers this way." I was about to say, this song's getting pretty intense. So what has everyone been doing? Well, I've been naffing around here, flying all over the system. Are you guys playing? Are you working? Are you lurking? Am I just on in the background? Are you enjoying the classical music? What has everyone else been doing while I've been sciencing my way through these possibilities for looting ship weapons and stuff? Trid says, I've been meaning to do a couple of these missions, but I haven't done it yet. Watching a film and chatting in an old-fashioned chat room and listen. Oh, an old-fashioned chat room. Man, remember when the internet started with bulletin boards and chat rooms? Oh, that was incredible. 1992, I think, was the first chat room I was in. 92, maybe 93, I can't quite remember. Maybe it was a little later. Watching movies, nice. Here we go, here's our origin. Of course we overshoot it, and this is when we crash into an asteroid. Stop saying that, Crouch. Okay, so the salvage is intact. Which means the guns and everything will still be here. And this is a 350R, so it'll have 2 M50s on it. At the end of the night, we're going to walk away with about 30, 40 grand or something like that. Which isn't amazing. But we've learnt. And that's what tonight was about. Don't crash into that ship or knock it, Crouch. You want to be chasing it. Especially in bloody... Oh! Especially in EVA. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Not yet perfect. Perfect. Chilling like Bob Dylan on the penicillin. Bossy's trying to learn racing but failing massively. We've got racing coming up on Monday. That's going to be super fun. I'm looking forward to it. Just want to grind my way. If we've got a helmet on, we do. Just want to grind my way through some rep and unlock the rest of the tracks. So we'll be doing things nice and steady. They did also talk about this bloody EVAing issue, which will be nice to get fixed. So the 350R doesn't have any salvageable components. None of the ships actually have salvageable components in these lower level missions. It's just the salvage and the guns. And all the ships have the same problem. As soon as you sit in the seat and unlock the item ports, all the doors aren't openable. So when you go and do one of these, who was talking about wanting to do these? Trid. So when you do these, unlock the item ports. Okay. Okay. Item ports unlocked. And then use your open door hotkey or whatever it is you've set. Make sure you set one in the keybinds. I don't think there's one set by default. Mine is the delete key. To open all the doors so that way you can actually get out. Alright, let's rolly. That's how it's supposed to be. Straight out the door into space. Thank you so much. We don't need to worry about the missiles. They're kind of useless. They're worth like $70 each. What? An M5A cannon. Thank you so much. We'll throw you in the back of the Winnebago. What is the Winnebago from Spaceballs called? Oh, God. It's such a big gun, that one. Just settle down in there. Oh, goodness me. Get back in there. It's so ridiculous. Oh! We got all sorts of issues going on. Ship, we lost some weapons. Oh, God! Shit. We don't have a med pen, damn it. We can't get injured out here right now. I think we glitched some more weapons into the ship. Yeah, this is a big issue, right? Especially with the fact that, you know, we can loot stuff. It's a big issue. I don't want your missiles. Take that. If you stack things properly, everything behaves nicely, but gun's too big to rotate inside the ship. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. This way. Try and lay it down next to it. Oh, God! Learn to use a website that has done all the work already. A website for what? Can you put any of these on your cutter? We probably could. The cutter has size 2 hard points. I need to unlock my item ports. Yeah, it's gimbaled. I'm pretty sure we can put size 2s on here, and which we have some in here at the moment. So yes, we could. The little ones, these ones, the badger rapiers. Alright, let's take this shredder. This is worth 12 grand at area 18. Panic time. If you tractor a live Moab and it touches something, it goes boom. Really? That's amazing. Can't you just yeet them in? Well, you can, but they behave oddly. They behave oddly. I do like the fact that we can just now click on stuff and it's just attached to the tractor beam. Oh boy. The problem with just yeeting things in is just like at the beginning. Wait, that needs to go a bit further. Is they do this sort of business. And then we end up with weapons glitched inside the ship. This is ridiculous. We just lay it down nice and gently and then let go. So I'm pretty sure we've lost some of these weapons. Oh god! Oh! Shit! Ah, no, yeah, swap! Just do the dance, boys! Yeah, this is ridiculous. Maybe I'll have to rethink. Oh, God! Settle down, everyone! Who thought this was a good idea to implement? Salaman! My favorite new word is yeet. I think we should all use it all the time. So it gets into the Oxford. It was a major quality of life improvement. Sparks are scary. Goodness me, they're yeeting all over the place. Well, I think we're losing some of them to the inside of the ship. They haven't, glitched all the way through yet. But that's, oh, we lost one. Get back in there. Huh? I think we need a bigger ship. Maybe it might not have been a great idea to come and grab these ones. This oh, fucking hell. I think we just can't. We're gonna have to leave some shit behind. Why? Why, Star Citizen? How does this make any sense? Is there anyone at CIG working on the physics? Boy! Are you kidding me? Get back in there. Hurry up and close the door. I think we're going to have to make a tactical decision about what we keep. No. Oh my goodness. I'm going to be putting up a medical beacon in a minute. This is absolutely ridiculous. Look at this! Look at this nonsense! Oh shit. Alright, you know what we need? Just let's grab that thing. Through the bottom of the ship. We need one of each weapon. It's disappointing that we have to leave some weapons behind. But Star Citizen be Star Citizen, you know? God, no. This ridiculousness. Oh God! Man, I could stack them so nicely last night. Oh God. It's just pointless. It's just pointless. Badger, cannon, badger, cannon, shredder. All right. Jesus. That is the dance of yeeting. It's like herding cats. Swap weapons on the cutter and leave those. Well, I need these to finish my science, right? It's a Tetris game loop. Yeah, exactly. Yeet. To hurl or move forcibly. It's a verb used with an object. To hurl or move forcefully. Somebody just yeeted a bottle of water into the crowd. That's amazing. Alright, so we got a shredder there. Oh God. Yep, of course. Why would anything be gently put on the ground? Yep, do the dance. It's kind of mandatory. But anything on the ground in Star Citizen. Do a little jig. Do a little jig. Yep, keep going. Hawkeye? Why have we now all of a sudden missing a gun? Nope, there it is. Alright, my friend. Come and join your family here. This is probably just not gonna... Oh, no, there we go. Yep, they're off. Oh, why am I even bothering? Go! Yep. I'm surprised I haven't been killed yet. Oh, quick! Alright, let's play a game of death here. Let's see if we can arrange some of this. Boy! Let's go! Oh god! Oh no! I just got yeeted through the door. Alright, let's grab ourselves a drink, right, before we die of hydration. Let's have ourselves a little apple. Ah. Yeet is a slang word that functions broadly with the meaning to throw, but is essentially used to emphasize forcefulness and a lack of concern for the thing being thrown. Google is your friend. I've been yeeting since the 90s. Because that's the sound my dirt bike made. Yeet! Alright guys, thank you so much for putting up with the ridiculousness here. Let's go finish this nonsense. We'll have ourselves a little tasty beverage too. Stupid guns. Let's go. Where are we going to, fam? Where are we going to? Nonsense. We went to Arco 5, so we need to go to Orison. Oh god, we need to go to Mikkel 3. So be it. So be it. We shall finish the loop of Congorant. Where's it from? Where's it from? We totally need the loop of Congorant in this game. It's the next evolution of the Daymar Rally, right? No target locks, no gimbaled weapons. Bunch of obstacles, asteroid field. A loop around the sun. Oh man, how has this nonsense gotten 18 likes, man? Thank you. Alright, so we're going to Mikkel 3, and we'll cruise up to Orison, and we'll finish up at Crew 5. Orison is the key here, because the M5A, which we now have 2 on board. Oh, and we've got a shredder, right? Let's go have a look at that shredder. Hopefully, this is when I die going back there. When we checked the damage on the ship last time, there wasn't any damage from these things bouncing around, so... It's like walking into a cage full of lions, right? You just don't want to spend too much time in here. So it's the SW16BR. SW16BR. Hello. Am I going to have to repeat this whole thing again after the stream? Duck around to a few of these places and check that shredder. My bad. We'll see. Let's fix up the width of those columns. There we go. All right. What does that say on the door? Danger hazard? It sure is. I got to get through there to get out of the ship. Alright, Alright, let's go. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. It might make more sense just to wait for the websites to update, right? Kind of like SC Trade Tools and stuff for the trading routes and... But it's been an interesting adventure so far. That shredder would look good on your Connie, I bet. I think your default is like 10 likes from those of us who are here, regardless of boredom. It is. Yeah, I've got a nice little following, a little dedicated community, which is lovely. Who watches this nonsense? I'm really looking forward to the racing on Monday. That's going to be good fun. You know, I think we'll get a few people in to have a bit of a banter about that and enjoy some of the hilarity that I'm sure will ensue. But I would like to make some progress. So we'll be back in the PU. We'll be smashing out the Lawville. I think we'll just take the Pisces out. I know how to fly the Pisces. The Merlin, I'm so used to just seeing a cockpit in front of me and then space, right? But the Merlin, you're sitting at the back and then you've got the big snub nose coming out the front. It's disorientating. So I think I'll just take the Pisces out. We'll smash out the courses, finish the laps. We don't need to worry about times, all that sort of stuff. And just unlock some of these tracks so we can, you know, hopefully have access to them when 319 goes live, and that opens up a whole nother game loop just to be able to go, you know, let's go do some of these races. I don't think it's going to be a big money earner for me because I'm not a good racer. But, you know, we need to unlock the tracks and see what they're like, right? See what the max money is going to be like once you've maxed out the rep, I suppose. So I'm looking forward to that. Yes, they're probably busy working on it as we speak, Viv, the third-party stuff. Well, I did see some sort of spreadsheet or something on Spectrum that somebody had put together, but it didn't have any headers or anything like that. It was just a bunch of numbers, so it was kind of difficult to tell what the hell was going on. So people are out there, you know, doing what I'm doing. I'm sure people are doing it more scientifically or programmatically or, you know, data mining the details and stuff like that, like they do for the other trade systems. And because nobody's flying around checking the prices of every single commodity. You know, that's a fact. Can you put those in your local on a station? No, sadly at the moment we can't. That is what we need the second iteration of the cargo refractor for, when they introduce the freight elevators to our hangars, so that we can essentially it'll be a terminal where we go to the freight elevator and we say, put this in my storage, please, rather than us being able to just drag them into our inventory. We'll go leave the ship, go to the freight elevator, use a terminal or something like that, and, you know, put things in the ship's inventory or put things in the station's inventory, and then out of sight those things just disappear and go into the inventory, rather than that happening in front of us, like if I opened up my inventory and we're just magically dragging things in and out of thin air. At least that's what they were saying, outside of the fact of using a terminal. I'm just theorizing here. During Inside Star Citizen Live, sorry, yesterday. All right, cycle this. We'll dump that contract in a second. We don't need it. So we have to physically mount to our ships if we want to use them. Yes. That's what they're saying. They're going to physicalize as much of the inventory as they possibly can, to the point where it becomes, you know, stupid, and then they'll dial it back to, you know, fun. So they definitely need a different way for us to be able to handle these weapons in transport like this. Either in crates or something like that. I'm assuming Let's just bear with me for 1 second. We've spent enough time flying around. We can take a couple more seconds. Fuck it. Let's get rid of this contract. I'm assuming what's going to happen. This is what I expect will happen. Let's just untrack this. I think what will happen is we'll get crates that can fit the different size weapons in them, that we need the different tractor tools that they're working on, and they also mentioned that yesterday, that they're contemplating different bespoke tractor beam tools for moving different things of different sizes and different masses that will get guns in a crate, right? And instead of opening up the crate and seeing the gun in there, much like the probes that we can deploy as part of the missions, you can deploy satellite probes and stuff. It starts as a very small box, and then you interact with it and you press the deploy button, and the box opens and changes and pops into a big satellite. So I'm assuming to make moving this crap around easier, like these guns will be in smaller boxes, these will be in bigger boxes that somehow have to interact with the cargo grid, but when we take it out, tractor beam it outside the ship, we go up to it and we interact and open the box, and it will just pop the box open and the gun will come out and the box will disappear. That's what I think will happen. That's how I'd do it. Because physically playing around with those things as they're in those unusual shapes is what makes all of this glitching and stuff happen, as well as the game not having proper physics at the moment. That's what I think is going to happen. But that's speculation, right? Endless Odyssey Station. Apt. Very apt. The quantum drive is spooling really slowly. Maybe we have done damage to the components back there. Because that's where all the ship's components are, right? In the cargo bay back there, we're currently getting hammered by all these guns bouncing around. We'll check in a minute when we land and see what the pad tells us, the vehicle maintenance manager. Ridiculousness. So I guess if you want to be looting weapons at this stage until, you know, at some stage in the future we have different mechanics for storing and moving components and stuff around, you want a big ship and you want the guns to be separate so they're not touching each other. It's like 52 pickup, right? You know, when you move one thing, everything else moves. So you want space, right? Maybe a cutter's not a great ship. Unless you're collecting, you know, 4 guns at a time. It's so strange because yesterday I had 4 M5As all stacked up on top of each other. All orientated the same way, and they just sat there perfectly. Nothing moved, nothing bounced. Deploy the landing gear.
Thank you.
Deploying landing gear. Please stand by.
Going way too quick again. But I stopped it like a boss. Alright, let's go have a look. Gaijin is here! Hi Gaijin, how are you? Welcome to the nonsense that's happening here at After Dark. I appreciate you taking some time to pop in and say howdy in chat. We're on a scientific adventure, an odyssey if you will. It's taken a long time, but we've pretty much flown all around Stanton. We have gone to 11, well, we're going to 11 different places. This is the 9th. We've got 2 more to go to. We've got a oh, we're taking a bit of damage. I'm not going to refuel. Not going to refuel. We've used hardly any fuel, and we've flown to all 4 corners of Stanton and back. Now we've got to try and get through this death trap so we can go find out what these guys will pay for our guns for. So Gaijin, you've dropped into a very dedicated group of people who've been with me for hours. We've been talking about all different sorts of shit, which is why I think Skeet's comment says, "Hi, Foreigner." Oh God, this is when we die. Oh my God. We're gonna take a tier 3 leg injury here. Please don't all fall out the back. Oh God, I don't have a helmet on. Oh my God. Okay, we're just gonna have to just deal with the situation, aren't we? Open. Close. Quick, close it before they escape. Gaijin is Japanese for foreigner. Yes, it is. Skeet simply translated Gaijin into English. Yes, that's true. I thought we were getting a bit more deep there for a minute. That was my hope. If we survive this journey, I'm going to be, amazed. Those last 3 guns we collected have really caused problems. How are the servers? Any wipe coming shortly? Look, the PTU here has been super stable. Let's bring up some stats again. So we're kicking around 9 frames at the moment. Peaking between 7 and 9. Let's just call that 9. And we've got how many people online? 65 of 83. Okay, we did originally have 100 at the in the beginning. Haven't had a great deal of problems outside of physics being a bit janky. It's been stable. It's been smooth. I've had very little problems in the PTU. I've had one crash to desktop. I don't think I've had any 30Ks. I'm very impressed with it so far, but having said that, 318 was also very good in the PTU. And we all know how that turned out. But again, we've got to account for the fact that Xenothreat probably caused most of the issues in 318 Live. So I've been very, very impressed. I can't believe you didn't blow up your cutter. Yeah, it's amazing. Normally that sort of stuff bouncing around that much would cause significant amounts of damage. Is there any wipe coming up shortly? Look, I wouldn't expect one. But, who knows what's going to happen, right? Yeah, here we go. What are these guys going to offer us? I wouldn't expect one between 318 and 319, so go ahead, grind, earn your money. But just be prepared that, there could be a wipe. I doubt it. CIG haven't said anything about it. Normally they do announce that there's going to be some wipe, but the wipes that happened during 318 and the confusion between them saying there's going to be 2 full wipes and then the second one wasn't a full wipe, and that caused a lot of community upset. And so they may just be laying low and playing cards close to their chest. And as we get to PU, they'll say, "Oh, sorry, we have to do a wipe." But I wouldn't expect one. It doesn't happen every time between patch releases, so we just got to see. Most of the implementations of stuff have been all back-end sort of stuff, or changes to and as Rhino says, they haven't been wiping the PU the last couple of patches, and normally in the PTU they wipe every patch. All they've been doing is resetting characters, and that may be the character repair tool is getting ready for release in 319 too. So, but it's hard to tell, right? All right. Let's find out this other piece of nonsense. The Drake Cutter. Okay, so this is interesting. So here the M58 cannons, 5.7, but I know we can get 10k for these. At Area 18. The Shredder, we're getting 4.6. At Area 18, we get 12 for these. So let's put some details in here. Where the hell are we? Mikkel 3. That shredder is 4.6. The M3As are 2.8, same as most other places. The M5As are 5.7, same as Orison. Get 10k for them at Area 18, and the little badges are 1.8. It's interesting because outside we still need to go to Orison, and we still need to go to Crew L5. I'm assuming we're going to see the same situation at Crew L5. 1.8 for the repeaters, 2.8 for the M3As, 5.7 for the M5As, and 4.6 for the shredders. If we get that, then I can extrapolate, well, not extrapolate, but I can reasonably assume, I can hypothesize that the values that I'm missing here I can fill in. But Orison's going to be the real test. Yeah, okay. Nonsense. Another nonsense. We got 2 more trips. We got 2 more trips. Okay, we're going over to Orison. Man, some of these stations are huge. It'll be, you know, it's going to be amazing when there's more things going on here. And I would like to see more variation in, you know, the pricing of things and reasons to come out to these stations. And, you know, I think that might be the case. You know, they're saying now that, you know, some of the ship's weapons and stuff you won't be able to buy. They're becoming more rarer. Well, not rarer, but, you know, to obtain them, you have to go and find them. Like certain things that we find in loot boxes, now we can only find them in loot boxes. This station is huge. Let me buy a damn pizza, please. Yeah, but little missions, when the NPCs are here, and like in any other game, in any MMO, you're running past and someone say, hey, I've got a quest for you. You'd be like, okay, I'm doing nothing, I'm keen. What do you got? I need 5 Amayoshi plague buttons from blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'll go get them. That sort of shit. Signs of life. All right, pad 2. Science! Hi, Mac Pigeon, how are you? I hope you're having a wonderful day, afternoon, evening. You're hurt. Yeah, because I didn't have a helmet on before. When we jumped out of the ship. This is a hangar, not a pad. Get back in. Yes, made it. Yeah, I didn't have a helmet on before when we got out of the ship. We had 10 seconds, right? We still got it on. We got it on. Let's go. But we haven't taken any damage from the... Oh, now we got to get... We've still got to get in and out of this thing 2 more times. 3 more. Because we got 2 more places to check, and then we're going to go sell them somewhere. Oh my god. Shit. It's scary as hell. Stand back. Let's stand back. Get on the door! I'm going to get yeeted through there again. Knocked on my ass like before from guns flying around. You never have a helmet on? No, it's standard. It's morning for you, Mac Pigeon. How are you? Happy weekend. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful adventure so far. Most of this is probably unnecessary, and in the next week or so we'll be muted by the trade websites giving us all the details we need. Oh, all right, so from Mikkel 3, we need to go to Orison, and then up to Crew L5. So this means we've started at Crusader, we flew all the way to Microtech, we went out to Mikkel 2, came to Mikkel 1, came to Her L4, came down to Hurston, we flew out to Her L2, we came down to Her L5, we went down to ArcCorp, we went to Arc L2, we've flown over to Arc L5, up to Crew L4, down to Mikkel 3, now we're going over to Orison, and we'll finish up at Crew L5. And that is all the fuel we've used. We haven't refueled once. OP! It's always so fun to watch Uncle Viv, though. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for choosing to spend some of your time with me on this ridiculous space odyssey. Alright, so we're going from Mikkel 3, another huge jump over to Orison. This is why we're in the cutter. Right? It's not a big ship, and we've packed like some big guns in here as part of our science. Retract the landing gear. Atreyu.
I am listening, Commander.
You are
How can I
not
help?
Retract the landing gear. Uncle Biff!
Retracting landing gear, sir. Please stand by.
Little Nicola's coming over tomorrow. I can't wait to give her some upside down cuddles. All kids love that, having upside down cuddles, right? In the beginning, she hated it. And all the mums freak out because I throw the kids around like crazy, right? And Becky was like, no, don't do that, don't do that. She's not going to like it. And I held her, and then lifted her upside down and she was a little bit afraid. And then she loved it. And now, it's been years now, but every time, Uncle Biff, upside down cuddles. Yes, no problems. Tell me something interesting.
I found the following article on the Galactopedia, sir.
Supermodernist architecture is an architectural school of style that blends the use of...
Tell me something else.
Scanning the Galactopedia, sir.
The Church of the Journey is a system of beliefs that rose to prominence among humans in the late 29th century.
Stop. I haven't set the option. What's it called? Suppress repeat. So we're listening to the same articles that we've already been told. Let's go! Activate quantum. Oh, that's going to turn it off again. Okay, we got a slight server delay. Speaking of the servers running perfectly fine. Going to get into my warm bed. I'll be watching your shenanigans and sundry eating on my smart monitor. Thank you, mate. I really appreciate you spending so much of your time with me tonight. Okay, let's just activate this and leave it. Look, Mum, no hands. Oh, boy. There we go. Let me quickly fix voice attack. Here. Oh no, this can't be because this already has. These are old commands. It is suppress repeat. And then give me something else. It just executes that command. Tell me something interesting.
I'm connecting to the Galactopedia, sir, and looking for articles.
Bonyu religion is made up of a wide variety of beliefs concerning rituals and the cultivation of good luck. Generally, the Bonyu focus less on the soul or the afterlife and more on a feeling that if something exists beyond the physical world, that it should be on your side and working in your favor. It is therefore not uncommon for Bonyu to adopt gods from religions they encounter during the course of their lives. Kassa, the patron of luck, and Tanin, the great traveler, feature strong followings amongst the Bonyu.
The Bonyu. Tell me something else.
I found the following article on the Galactopedia, sir.
Tanin, the great traveler, is the Bonyu god of travelers, crossroads, and navigation, and is one of the most common deities in the Bonyu pantheon. Due to the Bonyu practice of not recording historical events, its origins are shrouded in mystery. When it is depicted, Tanin closely resembles a Bonyu and is often portrayed standing in a boat and holding an oar. Sulis that depend upon travel for trade often commission prayers to Tanin from religious Sulis to keep them safe from unforeseen obstacles. Xenoanthropologists believe that Tanin worship may have originated on the Bonyu homeworld.
Tell me something else.
Scanning the Galactopedia, sir.
Xian criminal professionals, Nyayue, are Xian who are granted license by the Xian government to practice certain forms of crime. Similar to human crime syndicates, these Xian houses double as disciplined organizations whose business involves criminal activity. In return for sanction from the Imperial House, these houses sometimes act as police forces for their locations, curtailing the activity of potentially dangerous criminals from non-crime houses
criminals
and keeping crime at levels
criminals
considered acceptable by the Xian government. Many Xian will pay regular protection fees to criminal houses in advance to limit the extent of their losses if they become victims of crime themselves.
It's crazy talk, the Xian. Tell me something else.
I'm connecting to the Galactopedia, sir, and looking for articles.
The University of Mentor, UM, is a public research university on Mentor, Reader 4, United Empire of Earth. The school is one of several prestigious universities located in the Reader system. Established shortly after the planet was terraformed, it is the oldest and largest institute of higher learning on Mentor. Its physical sciences and history programs are highly competitive, with 5 to 10% admissions rates for new students.
Wow.
UM's reputation for rigorous, demanding study coupled with Mentor's frigid environment may factor into the school's relatively high dropout rate. The University of
like the
Mentor is
cold.
responsible for maintenance and research efforts connected with the UEE's Universal Seed Vaults.
Oh, that's why the seeds are all kept there, because it's cold. I love these history lectures from the ship. Yeah, that's cool. We've got about 60 articles so far from the Galactopedia in there. That only took me about 2 hours to do 60 articles, so I'll do 40 or so a day. But there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. Tell me something else.
I'm connecting to the Galactopedia, sir, and looking for articles.
Kofi Bafuma, Kothai Bat-Thelmar, is a Bonu explorer most notable for discovering the Tamsa system in 2943. They sold the location of the system to the United Empire of Earth, UEE, on the condition that they be allowed to retain its naming rights. Once the
that's
UEE
not gonna
agreed,
happen.
they named it after the human visual artist
Yeah, of course.
Tamsa Wheel in an
Of course
attempt to
they
arrange
did.
a meeting with her. They achieved this goal in 2945.
They're like, fuck you, Bunyu. Thanks for the system. We're going to name it anyway. Get stuffed. Oh, man. Tell me something else.
Scanning the Galactopedia, sir.
Supermodernist architecture is an
this is the
architectural
one we
school of
skipped
style
before.
that blends the use of developments in high technology with a sense of hopeful meaning. The style rose in
Supermodernist
popularity in the
architecture.
early years of the 30th century. The Phi Tower, constructed in the wake of the 2934 earthquake in Acheron on Charon 3, is a masterwork of the style.
Wish we had pictures for some of this stuff. Bloody UEE, man. Yeah, we'll buy the system coordinates from you. Oh, you want the naming rights? No problems. Thanks for the system. We're gonna fucking call it this. Alright, we got 5 million kilometers. We're gonna duck down to Orison. So far we know that the M5A cannon gets 10 grand at Area 18 and 5.7 everywhere else. So for the weapons I've got on board, the CF weapons from Verna and Nox or whatever they're called, the M3As from Bering, the M5As from Bering. Who makes the Shredder? We'll find that out in a minute. Area 18 seems to be the best place. And certainly we don't want to go anywhere near Lawville with these weapons. Everywhere else is giving us 2.8k, but if we take them to Lawville or her L5, they're giving us 1.5. It's interesting because at her L2 and her L4, they're giving us 2.8, but at her L5, they're giving us 1.5. So it varies, right? It's not consistent. Thanks for the work, Viv. Karen 3. Yeah, it's terrifying, isn't it? Imagine 3 Karens. Here we go. Yeah, there's lots there. There's lots on the Galactopedia. And obviously I've listened to all of these as, I'm doing the, saving the audio files and stuff. But yeah, but there's so much there, I'm not going to remember it all, right? This is so much fun. Yeah, I reckon there's maybe 30 categories. And some of them have hundreds of articles, others have a dozen. Now let's bring it up while we still got time to naff about a little bit. Let's move that up. RobertSpaceIndustries.com. Right. Apps. Galactopedia. Categories. Your wall. Four, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, 37, 38, 39 categories. Spacecraft have 141 articles about spacecraft. There's not 49 articles about the Gion, 19 about the Vandal, 39 articles on science and technology, 52 articles on planetary systems, 75 articles on people. There's 211 articles on planets, 36 on moons. There's 91 articles about the military, 618 articles about humans. Again, some of these will be, cross-referenced in multiple categories, but yeah, there's lots there. Lots to explore. 24 articles on entertainment. Something about a TV show called Star Watch Live. Deploy the landing gear.
Landing gear being deployed for touchdown.
I don't get a lot of time to actually play in Verso. Being able to watch your stream really helps me, helps dim the craving until I can log. Well, I appreciate you having me on the background while you're busy doing other things, Pigeon. It is the whole reason I stream. Is the community and the interactions. Whether people are just chilling in the background, or they're lurking at work, or they're listening, whilst they're working, or they're playing the game in the background, or doing whatever they're doing. It is my absolute honor and privilege to be able to share the nonsense in this computer game with people out there in the interwebs. You love it. Thank you. She's slow in atmosphere, this girl. But, she's got fuel tanks for days. Literally. The game is 6 times faster, right? If we bring up some server stats than real life, if we bring up some server stats, we can see the server time, right? Can I zoom in on it? No. So you can see the universe time. It's currently Friday, January the 26th, just after midnight. And you can see how quickly those seconds tick past. In the year 2970. Although I think that's wrong according to the law. We'll have to check what Invictus thinks the universe time is. 2, 3. Yeah, so it's about 10 times faster. So a full 24-hour day cycle takes 2.4 hours. Is that correct? I've got no idea. What are we doing here? This is not where we want to be going. Now I am lost. This is where we want to be going. Is cruise control on? It is not. Contact landing services.
Contact submitted.
I've noticed I've started landing in a lot of the remote hangars rather than the ones that are, at the hub. So we don't have a marker until we get real close. There we go, pops up. Going to Central Hub. This one's underneath. Oh, it's on this side here, isn't it? Slow down! Slow down! No, straight in. Alright, off to Cousin Crow's. I'm going to check out the weapons that are available and how much they're going to offer us for the cargo we've got on board. But otherwise, this is quite profitable. Just doing those simple little wrecks, they cost $1,000 to get the location. And then you can loot, like the ship that we just did, the 315R, right? It's got the 2 M5As on it and the shredder. Those alone are worth 32 grand at ArtCorp. $1,000 for the contract, depending on where you are in Stanton. 10 minutes to get there, 5 minutes to rip the weapons off, 10 minutes to get back to ArtCorp, depending on where you are and where the claim is. Can you hear those guns bouncing around? Oh no, that's going to be shopping. That's going to be the carts out here. Alright, we run the gauntlet again. They're like fish that have just been caught, right? You know, they're still flopping around. Crazy talk. Every full day in the real time is 10 days in the verse well. Yeah. Okay, right. So every full day in real time is 10 days in the verse. Yeah. Something like that. It's close to that. Maybe a little less. Let's see if we can get it on the second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, it is. Let's just leave it on. Nah, let's store it.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Why not take one of your very own homes? The soft and lovable Finland Stormwall plush. Available throughout the terminal.
Like Narnia. They have a different time on Narnia, do they? Days go past faster. Inside the cupboard. All these places we can go to. All the platforms. Obviously the barges we can't go on. These circular stations we can't go on. The industrial platforms we can't go on. But there's so much here. You know, someone was mentioning about player hubs, you know, there's not enough space to, you know, for players, right? But no, you know, in each of those buildings, you'd have 150 player hubs, easy. Even if you just said 4 per floor, right? Which is, you know, huge. Or, which is tiny. And there's, what, a dozen floors there? We'd fit thousands and tens of thousands, millions of people in Lorville and ArcCorp. And yeah, they had a whole timeline, then came back to the same day. Oh, wow. They had a whole lifetime and then came back to the same day. Let's risk it. Why did I do it? I just assumed it was going to be like the other black elevators where we'd just run straight through the door into an elevator. Why? We're so close to the end. Now we're going to spend an hour trying to log back in. Science. Oh, man. At least we didn't die. Because if we died, we'd go straight back to Area 18. And then we'd have another massive quantum jump to get out here. If we can log back in, we'll wake up at Orison. That gets us a little bit closer to Cousin Crows. Are you kidding me? Where's the login button? Nobody's online. Shit. Alright, let's quit the game. %50 of the time every time. Alright, here we go. Launch game. It's been a whole bunch of nonsense. Tell me something interesting.
I found the following article on the Galactopedia, sir.
A Soli is a group of cohabiting Bonu who have formed an alliance centered around a specific shared skill set. Akin to a combination of a family and a corporation, members of a Soli have been raised by the group since they were young. The Soli cover every aspect of life, including medicine, item manufacturing, repair, writing, politics, religion, bureaucracy, trade, and so forth. The Soli is the single most important group in the life of a Bonyu.
I do like that. Like each Suli is dedicated to something specific. Medicine, manufacturing, trade, science, warfare. And you become a member of that Suli, like your family. You tried logging out, verifying, etc. Don't tell me this. Probably about to update, maybe. There was an update today, which is unusual for a Saturday. Get fucked. Oh, now I just feel even worse about going through that elevator door. We were so close to finishing the science. That is cool. The Assassin Suli. Yeah, exactly. It's amazing. How many articles on the Banu are there? There's 20 articles on the Banu. 49 on the Xi'an. 128 articles on commerce. Only 16 on animals. They've really got their priorities sorted out, haven't they? 6 on art and 5 on archaeology. Oh, man! Flossie, when did this start happening for you? Was it just recently or has it been happening for a while? This login issue. And true, it would be surprising for there to be an update now. Again, we've been floating around a boat, so we haven't been really doing too much, but there could be something really broken which they had to quickly release a fix for. Dantian over on Twitch. SIG have disabled PTU matchmaking. Is that on the RSO website? Let's go have a look. As they prepare a fix. Okay, let's go have a look. Apps. Where? Is the Quaggle Backline, the status thing. Check SE testing chat. Okay, let's go have a look. Apps. Spectrum. About 30 minutes ago, tried Arena Commander and back. Still nothing. Testing chat. Overnight, we found a new issue with server crashes on the PTU causing issues with character stowing. Unfortunately, after further investigation, we are going to disable the PTU matchmaking while we get a server hotfix ready. We are expecting this hotfix in the next few hours and we'll be able to open the servers if it resolves the issue. God, why did I run into that lift? We could have finished the science. We could have finished the science. We were 2 stops away. We were there at the second to last one. And then we had one more place to visit. Ah, shit. Alrighty-o. So this is the patch notes. That's from yesterday. There's patch notes. Oh, hang on. Yeah, that's from yesterday because today's today. It's after midnight. Yeah. Yeah, these are the patch notes from yesterday. Thank you, Dantin. Only AC working for now, or live. No sevens, mate. No sevens. where we're an hour and 15 minutes overtime. And we were 25 minutes away from finishing the science. But so far, for the weapons that we have on board, the weapons from Badger, the weapons from Bearing, and whoever makes the Shredder, the best place to sell those is Area 18. And potentially New Babbage, who are offering us the same price for the repeaters and for the cannons. 2.8 grand for the repeaters, for the CF 227s, and the M38 cannon, 2.9 grand for those. The M5A cannons, we're getting 10 grand for those and 5.7 everywhere else. And the Shredder, we're getting 12 grand at Area 18. So I'm assuming we would get 12 grand at New Babbage as well. But at Mikkel 3, we're only getting 4.6 for the Shredder. It's been good fun. You know, no doubt that the trade websites will have all of this detail shortly. But for those people who've been chilling out with me for the whole evening here for the last 5 hours or so, thank you so much for spending your time with me. Thank you for some fun in chat. Thank you for the discussions we've been having. And I really do appreciate it. Let's have a look with this raid thing on Twitch, right? Later, skaters. Thanks, Ski. All right, I'm gonna try this raid function, right? I'm gonna send you over to Space Tomato. You got 6 people watching. Hang on, I don't know how to do this. More science. All right, we got 6 people on Twitch, so I'm gonna send the guys on Twitch over to Space Tomato, and on YouTube we've got 13 people watching on YouTube, and YouTube has a stupid janky system for sending people elsewhere. Let's have a quick check. Who's on? Is anyone live on YouTube right now? They need to be on my list. YouTube is weird. So I'm live on YouTube, and so is Space Tomato. Okay, so let me see if I can figure this out on Twitch. I appreciate the people who want to hang around for this raid, but I've never done one before. 45 followers on Twitch. That's amazing. What happened to my notifications? Whoever followed, thank you so much. But because we started the night off with 43, maybe they came through when I acknowledged your followness. Let's go. No idea how this is going to work. Start raid. 2 viewers ready to raid. That's embarrassing. 5, 6. Oh boy, Twitch. How do I do this? Ready to raid? It says raid now. Off we go. Thank you everyone for putting up with my nonsense. I'll catch you on Monday. Everyone on YouTube, I wish I could send you somewhere else, but YouTube's sending people to somewhere else is janky. How do I go now to Space Tomato? I'm getting out of here. See you later. Bye.
Is there a chance that the 100i game package will be on sale? There's always a chance, but I wouldn't bank on it. I wouldn't expect it.